Welcome to the Positive Psychiatry online course, created by the Education Department at the Brain and Mind Centre, University of Sydney. We are a team of 3 psychiatrists who are passionate about community education as a means of empowerment. That is, Associate Professor Louise Nash, Associate Professor Loyola McLean, and myself. We have brought together a large number of Australia's leading experts from psychiatry, psychology and mental health research to share their ideas. We will also hear from experts by experience, people who have lived with mental illness, and share their stories of personal recovery. Good mental health is about feeling good and functioning well. And positive psychiatry is about building strengths as well as fixing problems. The course will also cover the fundamentals of mental illness and practical strategies for staying strong and enhancing well-being. The course is organised into 5 modules, each designed to be covered in 1 week. In the first module, we meet Tina, a lived experience and recovery expert who tells the first part of her story. This module will cover positive mental health, stress and resilience, and some of the important findings from Aristotle through to recent research on the correlates of happiness. The second module is about the body and mind. We will learn about the central importance of physical health and lifestyle and how exercise can be used as an evidence-based treatment for common mental health conditions. We will cover basic relaxation and mindfulness strategies, as well as personality strengths and how to identify your own strengths. In the third module, we talk about love and work and introduce the complementary ideas of rest and play. We will hear about attachment theory, social connections, and the ancient wisdom of Australian Aboriginal views on well-being. We discuss the importance of contributing, and here you will find out whether or not work is good for you. In the fourth module, we cover the major categories of mental illness, their symptoms, causes, and treatments. This includes the more common conditions such as anxiety, depression, and addictions, as well as less common mental illness such as psychosis, schizophrenia, and bipolar disorder. Our 5th and final module in this course will detail some of the many paths to recovery, from early intervention through the philosophy of personal recovery, consumer support networks, creative arts as therapy, as well as spiritual and religious practices. Within each module, there will be mini lectures and links to recommended readings. There will be self-assessment questionnaires and practical homework tasks, including SMART goal setting. Assessments include quizzes and peer-marked short answer questions. So join us for the next 5 weeks on a shared journey of learning towards better mental health and better understanding of this fundamental aspect of our well-being.
What is it that makes you feel really well in the world, that you're functioning really well? Because that requires a combination of your cognitive function, your emotional state, your physiology, and then how you're interacting, in fact, with your family, your employment situation, your local community, and how that all comes together if it's working well, if it's all working in synchrony to give you a strong sense of well-being, that your life is really worthwhile. And people who have that are very productive. They contribute a great deal to their community and they draw a great deal of pleasure from that. So well-being has gone on to become a quite complex notion of what's happening internally, how I am, how I'm functioning within the community that I work with in, and then how productive I am economically and socially within that particular issue. No longer a sort of really fuzzy concept or just a kind of idea that's kind of nice, but a much more hard-edged idea of something we need to understand better. How do all those things come together to create a state of well-being in which humans are then at their most productive?
Good mental health is more than just the absence of mental illness. It's a positive state of well-being that includes feeling good and functioning well. Good mental health is what enables us to live life to the full. According to the World Health Organization, mental health is a state of well-being in which a person is able to cope with the normal stress of life, work productively, realize their potential, and contribute to the community. Mental illnesses can interfere with people's quality of life and ability to function. However, research has shown they're not simply opposite ends of a spectrum. In fact, some people with active symptoms of mental illness can live a full and meaningful life, and they're considered to be flourishing. In this section, we're using the term positive mental health. This concept has been studied across many different fields, using overlapping terms such as well-being, flourishing, thriving, and happiness. Positive mental health encompasses many different aspects of life, which can be divided into emotional, psychological, and social well-being. Emotional well-being equates to feeling good, being happy, experiencing positive emotions like love, joy, or compassion, and feeling generally satisfied with one's life. Positive emotions have been extensively studied in the field of positive psychology. Barbara Fredrickson is one of the most prominent researchers into the positive emotions and developed the broaden and build theory. This states that positive emotions tend to widen the person's repertoire of thoughts and actions and lead to play and exploration behaviour. This leads to the development of resources such as social connections, environmental knowledge, and coping strategies, all of which are essential for well-being and resilience. In contrast, psychological well-being is about functioning well and contributing in life. Social well-being is a sense of being connected to others, belonging to a community, or making a contribution to society. Research in psychiatry and psychology has consistently shown that positive relationships are the most influential factor contributing to positive mental health. This can include family, friends, workmates, and others in the community. Happiness and well-being have also been contemplated over the centuries from the ancient Greek times. Aristotle founded the classical theory of eudaimonia, which has come to describe the good life or virtuous life. The origin of the term was the concept of striving for excellence or becoming one's best possible self. This is symbolised by the daemon, an inner being that represents the greatest potential within each person. This includes developing and using one's strengths as well as contributing to others. Over time, researchers have held different points of view about the best path to happiness. According to Aristotle, the pursuit of virtue or eudaimonia, doing good, also leads to feeling good. In Fredrickson's recent study, building positive emotions, in this case through loving-kindness meditation, led to increases in positive functioning and resilience. For many people, spiritual well-being is very important to their mental health. This can mean different things to different people, but is often expressed through religion. This can include feeling connected to a higher power, a sense of meaning or purpose, feelings of peace or transcendence or connection to nature. Spirituality has also been defined as an experience of positive emotions, such as love, joy, compassion, awe, hope, faith, gratitude, and forgiveness, which are a central focus of many religions. As a branch of medicine, psychiatry is concerned with the assessment, treatment, and prevention of mental illness, as well as the promotion of positive mental health. Traditionally, psychiatry has focused more on the aspect of illness, but as with medicine as a whole, there's an increasing focus on prevention and health promotion. Positive psychiatry is a new terminology that was recently defined by Dilip Jest as the science and practice of psychiatry that seeks to understand and promote well-being in people who have or are at risk of developing mental or physical illness. The goal of positive psychiatry is not only to treat psychiatric symptoms, but also to enhance the well-being of those with mental or physical illness. Therefore, we need to build on what is strong, as well as fix what's wrong. For people with mental health disorders, as with everyone in the community, this is our dual task in working towards good mental health. This course will show you self-help strategies and how to seek professional help in order to build positive factors as well as address problems with mental health. The field of positive psychiatry looks at research on positive character traits and social factors that enhance mental health. Resilience is the quality that makes people cope well with stress, adversity, or trauma. In many cases, people are able to learn or grow through difficult experiences, and this is known as post-traumatic growth. Positive psychiatry uses a range of lifestyle, self-help and treatment approaches to build mental health and treat illness. Psychiatry also uses the two major forms of treatment, which are various types of psychotherapies and medication. There are a number of tips you can start using straight away to enhance positive mental health. Firstly, building relationships. Investing time and energy in close relationships or wider social networks can lead to great benefits for mental health. Exercise has been shown to increase well-being as well as reduce symptoms of depression and anxiety. Good physical health is related to better mental health, so having a healthy diet, avoiding too much alcohol or drugs, and getting regular medical checkups can all help. Developing gratitude. A regular practice of counting blessings or noticing the positive things, however small, can enhance well-being. Try keeping a journal and write down 3 positive things for each day. Identifying your strengths and then using them regularly can increase well-being. Strengths can include everyday skills like cooking or getting along with other people. Or they can be different types of intelligence, athletics, artistic or musical talent. There are many strengths questionnaires available online. Using your strengths to help others or contribute to the community creates a sense of meaning and purpose. Making a contribution to the community, however ordinary or small, increases social well-being. Many people feel a sense of contributing through meaningful work, but this could also mean volunteering, helping a neighbour, or practicing random acts of kindness. Take some time to do the things you really enjoy. Pleasant events lead to positive emotions that broaden and build our coping in other areas. Flow is the state of being so highly involved in an enjoyable activity that you lose all track of time. This usually happens when the level of challenge is about right for your level of skill. Flow can happen during work, hobbies, creative arts, or sports. You might want to take up meditation, prayer, or mindfulness, or try joining a religious or spiritual community. Many people experience their spirituality through practicing yoga or tai chi, or in the beauty of nature, such as going to the beach or the bush. And finally, seek help when needed. If you're struggling to feel happy for several weeks or more, or to cope with everyday life, find meaning, or to feel connected to others, try to utilise some of the strategies in this MOOC. And don't hesitate to talk to a friend and to see your doctor or a mental health professional.
Stress, stress, stress. We seem to read about stress everywhere, and more it's seen as a factor in our health, affecting body, mind and brain. So in this talk, we are going to spend a little time on stress, its positive and more difficult sides, and what to do to tame it. This will dovetail with a lot of the other talks on our MOOC because stress is one of the newer kids on the block, and we need to know a lot about it to promote our well-being and flourishing. The whole idea comes out of notions from last century that human beings, like other animals, like to operate within a comfortable zone a lot of the time. Nowadays, we call that our window of tolerance. We don't mind getting towards the edge of the zone for a little while. For example, we can enjoy getting excited, a little anxious, a little angry, or a little scared if it's in a good and safe enough cause. Most people might enjoy something like getting excited about the outcome of a footy match, that's what Australians call football, or a netball game, and getting terrified in a safe way by the ride on, say, a roller coaster. However, part of our eagerness to do these things is we know that they are mostly safe for the majority, and the feelings and body sensations will settle safely and we will feel back to normal sometime not too long after the game or the big day out at the amusement park. When we get out of our comfort zone, the stress begins to dramatically rise. And then we find situations distressing. We can notice changes in our body like pulse rate rising uncomfortably, blood pressure escalating, or we feel distressing levels of emotion. At even more extreme levels, we can begin to feel frozen or trapped, or even disconnect or dissociate. Then we need to use ways to calm back down and feel more comfortable. Most of us do this best by using soothing from others and ways we've learnt through life to calm down. After particularly stressful events or periods, we may even need a solid period of rest and recovery. We don't always make time for that in our busy modern lives. Positive psychiatry talks about using ways to settle that promote our well-being and don't hurt us. So, using our connecting conversations with others, good exercise, that mindfulness, meditation, breathing to calm down, rather than drugs or alcohol, just as an example. When we can't manage the high stress, it can begin to do damage to our well-being and become traumatic, meaning that our normal coping is overwhelmed. The good news is that even here we can often recover and often become more resilient in the process. At other times, cumulative or overwhelming stress is traumatic, and then we need strong pathways to recovery and what's called post-traumatic growth. That's where we grow as a result of difficult circumstances. Just to be clear, stress is not just all in the mind. Our bodies really feel it, and too much stress can contribute to many illnesses and times when mental health breaks down. Stress triggers inflammation, for example, and cumulative stress can literally become disorganising for our mental and physical life. So, learning to manage it becomes a keystone of our well-being and health. Stress regulation and stress management are a central part of positive psychology and positive psychiatry. Today, we think of it as a hierarchy of stress management. At the top are those strategies that really help us connect to ourselves and others and help our brains, bodies, minds reconnect and be restored and nourished after stress. Stephen Porges, a psychiatrist in the US, has been describing that we have a social nervous system, evolved to manage stress best via our social connections. So at the top of the hierarchy for managing stress are the ways we connect and calm and soothe each other in relationships and connected conversations. Our facial expression and our capacities to speak and use body language have actually developed in evolution to help this process. For example, we really value and feel better when somebody shows by expression and gesture that they get us and what we're talking about. We begin to calm down. We feel really good after a shared laugh or occasionally a shared cry. And the sharing is the connecting that actually nourishes a part of our nervous system called the parasympathetic nervous system. We hear a lot about the sympathetic nervous system, the so-called fight and flight system. And people have known for a long time that the sympathetic nervous system connects with our immediate response to high stress. And we see it at work in the innervation of heart and blood vessels. It makes our pulse rate and our blood pressure go up like the accelerator pedal of a car. However, our rest and digest and restore system is the parasympathetic system. It works in our gut and our digestive system. It has connections like a brake to our heart. It powers up all those muscles of facial expression that we were just talking about. So the social soothing comes from parasympathetic input. Some of it's from fast-talking nerves covered in a substance called myelin, and they connect upwards to the most important conscious thinking parts of our brain and to many systems. However, we also have parasympathetic input from an older nervous system with fibres that are unmyelinated. They move slower, but deeper, and are responsible for some of those deep feelings in our middle when we are stressed and distressed. The terrible, deep feeling of grief, for example. When stress really overwhelms us, we can get into that older parasympathetic state of withdrawal, when the older parasympathetic system is dominating. In that state, we need to slow down, take it easy, warm up, sometimes literally, sometimes emotionally. Take time, get good care to recover. After a period of more active symptoms of illness, for example, whether mental or general medical, some people find they have a period of deep fatigue when they need to take things more slowly to restore energy and come back to their normal selves. These days then, with a little science to back up the art of relaxation and stress relief, we encourage people to find the ways to calm down and to find stress and stress management strategies that work for them. Meditation and mindfulness are powerfully effective, and they seem to offer a space to connect to ourselves and literally help us connect up body, brain, mind. However, do take lots of social soothing. Don't be afraid to get fit and busy, for example, with exercise, which uses the sympathetic system wisely. But also watch when the older, deeper system, your gut, is telling you that you're very tired or overwhelmed and need to slow down and really rest and restore in quiet ways. Hopefully you're going to tune in to other talks which cover stress management through great strategies like relaxation, mindfulness, exercise, creativity and play. I love to use many of them. Find what works for you and use them daily, and help your kids and those you care for to find their favourite ways. So, as we learn to surf our stress, we get stronger. Flexibility fosters resilience and highly connected minds and bodies, and our flourishing.
We live in a world where some people experience extreme mental distress. Our communities have always included people who hear voices, see visions, and have uncommon beliefs. There have always been individuals among us who become overwhelmed by their sadness, elation, and fears. Some people understand these intense human experiences as having a particular meaning, for example, a cultural or spiritual meaning. Many feel that their distress is linked to their childhood or past trauma. Others link their distress to issues in their current life. Some people believe that mental distress is a medical illness that can be genetically inherited and involves changes in the brain chemicals. Many others believe that extreme mental distress can happen as a result of a combination of all of these factors or any of them. A highly influential approach to mental health care is based on the concept of personal recovery. Personal recovery is different to clinical recovery. It focuses on the ability of a person to live the life they want to live, a life with meaning and purpose, regardless of whether they are experiencing signs of distress. It is less about the elimination of symptoms using medication, although this may play a role. The recovery approach is not a one-size-fits-all treatment. Each person's recovery is unique and holistic. This approach focuses on what a person wants for their mental well-being, physical health, spiritual life, working life, and material life. It includes pursuing personal interests, values, and goals. Personal recovery is about realizing personal identity and cultural identity. It involves a person taking on the role they want to play in their family, friendships, and communities. An important part of recovery philosophy is that mental distress is not seen as a sickness. This is why you will not hear me use the term mental illness. Instead, mental distress is viewed as a human experience, admittedly an extreme experience, but a common one. Intense distress has meaning and validity just like other human experiences. And for the vast majority of distressed people, these experiences can be partly understood by looking at traumatic events that they have survived. Personal recovery is achievable for everyone. It recognizes that people have the ability to manage distressing experiences and follow their dreams themselves, and with the support of others who they choose to include in their recovery journey. Recovery philosophy challenges traditional roles of mental health services. Generally, the experts on mental distress have been people who have studied it: psychologists, psychiatrists, and academics. Recovery philosophy raises the profile of people who have personal lived experience of mental distress, to the point where they are recognized as an invaluable resource. The person using the mental health service is seen as someone to be collaborated with, not directed, an expert on their own life. Recovery philosophy recognizes the right of all people to self-determination, including those of us who experience mental distress. Each distressed person must direct their own lifelong recovery journey. They must decide where to go, the route to take, and the speed. Everyone has assets they can draw on during their recovery journey, their own strengths and goals. There is no relapse or backward steps. It is all part of the journey. We can support people in their recovery journey by focusing on what they can do rather than what they can't do, by encouraging them to make decisions and take risks, by helping them see what they have learnt during difficult times, and celebrating with them when they succeed. The recovery movement also has a message for society. It calls us all to work to change the social stigma and self-stigma associated with mental distress. Most of us, at some time in our lives, have experienced great happiness, sadness, fear, or anger. These are the same emotions experienced by people who receive a mental health diagnosis, only they experience them more frequently or for longer periods of time, or in situations that would not upset other people. If we recognize these emotions as familiar, we can empathize with people who live with mental distress and eliminate the stigma that they face. Empathy is a powerful tool against the negative stereotypes in the media and entertainment industry. A mental health diagnosis should never overshadow a person's true identity, made up of their life roles, talents, characteristics, and personality. We must take care not to turn a person's diagnosis into their identity. For example, it's okay to say that a person has been diagnosed with schizophrenia or diagnosed with bipolar disorder, because these are medical terms to describe a set of experiences. It is not okay to call someone a schizophrenic, a manic depressive, or a borderline. Names like this reduce human beings who have strengths, hopes, and dreams into nothing more than a disease. Recovery is definitely possible. Throughout history, there have been people who have lived with extreme emotional experiences and achieved great success, such as Isaac Newton and Winston Churchill. Today, the leaders of the recovery movement and our peer support workforce are a walking example of recovery, and the internet is full of the recovery stories of ordinary people. Australia's mental health policy and mental health policies around the world now embrace the ideas and values and practices that support personal recovery. Recovery philosophy contains a powerful message of hope and has the potential to transform lives. I was like any kid. There were things that made me happy, like dancing and watching Inspector Gadget, and things that made me sad, like having to go to bed at 7:30 and being made to eat gross food. Things started to change for me when I was 13. I began to feel an overwhelming sadness, like nothing I'd felt before, and it frightened me. Nobody could see my sadness, and it became my private nightmare. At the age of 13, I started to wonder if the only way out was to die. I carried my invisible sadness through much of my high school years. I also started to privately struggle with social situations. My eyes saw a world filled with people who judged me as inferior and unworthy, and I agreed with them. I immersed myself deeply in my studies, trying to completely fill my brain with facts and ideas so there would be no room left in my brain for awful thoughts and feelings. There were signs that I was not coping, but nobody responded to them. I was seen as successful, winning awards and competitions, taking on leadership roles. Maybe it was assumed that this success went hand in hand with feeling happy and self-assured. I got into law, and while I was at university, I got to know my brain pretty well. I could tell when things were starting to go downhill, and I would fight my sadness with busyness. I knew that I needed to fight this sadness when it first reared its ugly head, because otherwise I'd end up completely overwhelmed, and then I would lose the will to fight. By the time I reached the end of my law degree, I was barely holding it together, and I had to ask, am I going to be able to hold it together in such a stressful career? I loved my studies in law, but it felt like being a lawyer would be like putting my life on the line. I had always wanted to be a teacher, so the decision was not too painful. I completed a diploma of education and entered the workforce full of enthusiasm and energy. Instead of becoming a lawyer who worked all day and struggled to reach the high standards of my superiors, I became a high school teacher who worked all day and struggled to reach the imaginary standards of my principal, head teacher, colleagues, students, and parents. Inside, my mind was fracturing and things escalated out of control. I would secretly work all night, marking and preparing lessons. I would work in my classroom through my breaks to avoid socialising in the staff room. I took on more and more responsibilities: mock trial and debating teams, sports teams, theatrical productions, co-authoring 2 textbooks. When I did my marking, my comments were longer than the students' essays. Somehow, I also managed to do some things for myself, for my well-being. I would go for walks and would knock off on the weekend at 8 p.m. to go to see a band or a movie, even if I didn't want to, but always by myself. I was on the right track, but it was not enough. I completely lost the battle and I ended up in hospital.
So what are some of the common misconceptions about positive psychology? We hear a lot about positive psychology in the popular media. We hear stuff on the TV. We hear self-help gurus promoting positive thinking. What are some of the common misconceptions? Well, one of the key ones is that you have to be happy, that positive psychology is just about happiness. What positive psychology is about the scientific study of human flourishing and of the strengths and virtues that enable individuals and organisations and communities to thrive. And I'm here to tell you that it's not about that over-caffeinated big smiley face that says you can do anything. And in a sense, this has been around for many, many years, the scientific study of human flourishing. It's been part of what psychology has done for a long time. But in 2000, Professor Martin Seligman really wanted to make a stamp on the field of professional and academic psychology. And he kind of launched this notion of positive psychology when he was president of the American Psychological Association. So the roots of positive psychology go back many, many thousands of years to the ancient Greeks. But much more recently, they've emerged in psychology, primarily in the 40s and the 50s, with the work of Maslow. Many people contributed, but Maslow is seen as being one of the key kind of founding fathers. And he talked about the needs that need to be met in order for people to self-actualize. Self-actualize is really when people become, you can put it in the words of pop psychology, the best you can be, although that sounds somewhat trite. But it's really that time when you feel connected, when you feel that your life has meaning and purpose, and you feel you are yourself in a genuine, authentic way. So Maslow's idea was that your basic needs were physiological. You had to have food, you had to have the biological functions working well. And then the next layer of needs that needed to be met were the safety or security needs. You need to feel safe, you need to feel secure in your environment. And then the next layer of needs on top of that were the belonging needs, the needs for social connection. Very, very important. You need to feel, as human beings, we're almost pre-programmed to feel connected to other people. And there's great research in the positive psychology literature to show that more that we're connected to other people, the more well-being we have, the more resilient we become. Some fascinating studies using social network analysis that show how positivity and negativity are spread throughout social networks. That belonging, very important. And then the next layer of needs are our esteem needs. We need to feel like we hold ourselves in esteem and that others hold us in esteem. And his idea was that once you've met those kind of basic needs, only then could you move into self-actualization. Only then would you become fully self-actualized. Now, Maslow's framework has been hugely influential. It's been very difficult to empirically validate because some of those concepts are quite vague. But nevertheless, it provided an important springboard for psychology to study the human growth, the human potential movement. Happiness really means living a rich, full and meaningful life. And that means embracing and working with the painful warts and all that happens, Happiness is not just about feeling good. It's also about accepting. It's about accepting who we are and accepting the world around us, implementing change when we can, but also recognizing the boundaries of that change. In a sense, it's been fantastic to see the emergence of positive psychology because it's given this kind of discourse a place within society. The downside of that kind of popularization, of course, is that some of these concepts have become over-popularized and in a sense maybe the meaning has been watered down. So let's think about some of the correlates of happiness. What kind of things correlate or align with happiness? Well, some of those are quite obvious. Physical health is an important correlate of happiness. Social connectedness is a very important correlate of happiness. Religiosity and spirituality, a believing in some sort of power greater than yourself or a sense of connectedness to nature or the world, however you want to put it, is really important. Work satisfaction is hugely important, as is genetic influence. In fact, genetics probably account for 50% of the variance between individuals in happiness. And there's not much we can do about genetics, but there is a lot of things that we can do to moderate the effects. So let's talk about what it is that people do to make themselves happy. And I guess the first thing we need to talk about is money. As an old mentor of mine said to me many years ago, he said, Tony, it's always easier to feel spiritual with a few bob in the bank. And to some extent, actually, that's true. Let's talk about some Australian research in this regard. Robert Cummings, for many years, has conducted a very large-scale survey with over 2,000 Australians. It's done on a very regular basis, the Australian Unity Wellbeing Index. And what they look at is things like standard of living, health, achievement in life, relationships, safety, community, connectedness, future security, spirituality, religion, and get people to rate their personal well-being on a scale of 0 to 100. And this is typically, these self-reported scales, is typically how people do this kind of well-being research. There are limitations, of course, with self-report scales, but when you have these large-scale studies, they do very reliably measure how people feel, and you can relate those to kind of more objective factors. Interestingly enough, the average score on these kind of scales is about 75 out of 100. So people would, on average, score themselves, 75. They give themselves a distinction in academic terms in personal well-being. So one of the things that Robert Cummings looked at was the relationship of well-being to money. And I have to say this finding has been replicated many times around the world in a number of different populations. And it is true that lower levels of income are significantly related to a low personal well-being. So if you don't earn very much money, actually it's quite hard for you to really reach the upper levels of well-being. So let's talk about that for a moment here. So if you have really low levels of income, well below the average, actually it's quite difficult. You tend to have quite a low well-being compared to the general population. And as you move up in your income, your levels of well-being do rise. But there reaches a point, and that point is around when you get to about $100,000 a year income in Australia, it comes a point where actually money doesn't make you much happier. You have to earn a lot of money to really kind of get much more happy. So to say that money is not related with happiness is not strictly true. There's a complicated relationship where, and in many ways this harks back to Maslow's notion, is that when you have enough to take care of the basic needs, well-being and happiness have got much better grounds to flourish and grow. And I think this is an important point really that our policymakers should be looking at. And this is just one example of one of the many ways that the findings of positive psychology could inform social and governmental policy. Just to summarise now, as we wrap up, positive psychology is a scientific study of what makes life worth living. Happiness is much more than just feeling good. Happiness means living a rich, full and meaningful life, and sometimes that's painful. Happiness is about engaging and becoming who you really are. So let me just leave you with a couple of questions here. Based on what we've spoken about today, what are you going to do to improve the quality of your life? And what are you going to do to improve the quality of the lives of the people around you? The facts and figures about the correlates of happiness, the relationship of happiness to well-being, to social connectedness are all fascinating and can be useful information in themselves. But what can we actually do to make ourselves more resilient? What can we do to help us live more flourishing, more connecting lives? Well, a few years ago, I was lucky enough to be involved with the ABC program, Making Australia Happy, and I worked with that crew to develop a simple 8-step program that people could apply, that would be evidence-based, that people could apply in their day-to-day life. And we did a great documentary on that, and it was really powerful, impacting. I'd like to share some of those ideas with you because they form a very useful package. Now, I'm not saying there are only 8 steps. There might be 9.5 steps. There could be 7 steps, But these are a collection of principles that we can utilize in our daily lives. And the first one is about linking goals and values. Now, often we think about goals as things we have to do. We feel we're compelled to do them. And often we engage in kind of goal pursuit. That is, we're trying to achieve things in our lives and we feel disconnected and we feel tired or overwhelmed, or we feel we should be doing it. One of the big mistakes that people often make when they're setting their goals is they don't connect them to their values. When I'm talking about values, I'm not talking about some sort of ethical or religious framework. I'm talking about what really resonates for you as an individual. And it's important to distinguish your personal values, the things that you value in your life, from the things that society or other people say that you should value. So when you can link your personal values to your goals, you feel much more energized, One of the simple but useful benchmark is when you're talking about the things you want to achieve, do you feel excited? Do you feel stimulated? Do you start to kind of have what we call pathways thinking, which is almost an intuitive thoughts about how you could get there, the things that you could do? It's almost like you visualize yourself. So that's a useful benchmark for knowing that when your personal values are aligned with the goals, a feeling of positivity, excitement. That's not to say that you might not feel quite anxious about getting them, or even quite, it's quite a scary thing to do, but there is that generation of that energy. So spend some time thinking about what it is you want to achieve and thinking about how that aligns with the personal values, the things that you really want to achieve, the things that make you feel complete as a person. Some of the simple techniques that we can use along that road, because striving for any goal is a journey that's fraught with difficulty. If it wasn't difficult at some points, then probably not worth doing. So how do we kind of ease the road for that? Well, one of the things that we can do is we can do things for other people. There's great research out there to show that doing random acts of kindness, that is helping other people, not even without them knowing, is a very useful way of placing our attention on things apart from ourselves. And here's a great little example. As you're driving through the city traffic and people are cutting in front of you and you're in a rush home, take a moment. When someone's trying to get in, let them get in front of you. And here's the test. It only counts as an act of kindness if you don't expect to thank you. So doing those random acts of kindness is a very powerful way to kind of feel a bit more connected to the world and other people. The third thing I'd like to think about is mindfulness, mindful living. Now, often when we talk about mindfulness, we have a mental image of meditation, of sitting there, and that's an important part of mindful practice, but that doesn't mean that you have to sit and meditate in order to engage in mindful living. Mindfulness is about being present in the here and now. It's about accepting life with a view of compassion and non-judgmental stance, which is easier to say than do. So here are some tips that we can engage with mindfulness. As we go about our everyday life, instead of having our head all over the place, thinking about what we need to do next, every so often just bring your attention back to now. Bring your attention back to your breathing. Feel yourself settle into your body. Just allow yourself to be present for a few moments. There is fantastic research to talk about the benefits of mindfulness. The fourth area that we need to focus on, and we tend not to do this enough in our society, is focusing on strengths and the solutions. So many of us spend a lot of time beating ourselves up. We have the negative voice in our head. Oh, you shouldn't be doing this. You should be better than this, We focus on problems and what might go wrong. So focusing instead on identifying your personal strengths and taking a purposeful solution focus, thinking about how you can get to where you want to get to, is actually a lot more helpful than listening to the negative self-talk and focusing on the problem analysis and things that might go wrong. One of the ways that we can pick ourselves up when we do start to feel overwhelmed is to engage in gratitude exercises. Now, again, this sounds like one of those platitudes that comes out of some phony self-help group, but actually there's great research by Bob Cummings and others that shows that actually taking time to express gratitude, taking the time to savor the moment and appreciate what we have, really helps boost our well-being. It allows us to appreciate what really matters in our lives. It allows us, in a way, to stand back from the fortitudes of the self-flagellation that many of us engage in and just appreciate what is. So that's great stuff we can do for ourselves, but what about for other people? You rarely find a human being on the planet that doesn't have resentments, that doesn't feel angry towards other people, that doesn't feel hard done by in some respect, that doesn't hold or harbour a grudge. When you think about it now, the notion of harbouring a grudge, what does that mean? Well, a harbour is a safe place. It's a place where ships come to settle from the storm. So when we harbour a grudge, what we're doing, of course, is we're taking that resentment, that anger, and we're making a safe place for it inside so it festers like some sort of putrid spiritual mess. One of the ways that we can deal with that, and I'm sure that we would all agree that that is not a helpful way to be living our lives, to have that resentment. One of the ways we can deal with that, of course, is by forgiveness. And writing a forgiveness letter, and this is a hard thing to do. And in fact, the more resistance we have towards doing this, probably the more we need to do that. When we have resentment towards a person, an institution, a group of people, whatever it is, take some time to sit down and write out a letter that you forgive them, that you can see things from their point of view. Now, that's very hard to do. Very hard to. You don't have to post a letter, but somehow expressing that forgiveness actually externalizes it again. And much of the things we're doing in these positive psychology exercises is taking the difficult things that we sort of deal with inside of ourselves, taking them outside of ourselves so that we can see them in balance. And in that way, we get better perspective, and that frees us, enables us to move forward. But it's very hard to move forward on your own. One of the great findings in positive psychology is the notion of social networks and the connectedness. Being resilient, being happy, being able to engage and support ourselves and other people is really dependent on social networks. So if we live in a world where there's limited social networks, I would encourage you to see how you can expand them. Now, this doesn't mean walking up to everyone in the street saying, "Hey, how are you going? Can I be part of your social network?" It may mean enriching the connections with people that you do have. It certainly means spreading your kind of area of focus from yourself onto what you can do for other people. And here we see how this notion of social networks actually connects to a lot of the other things we've spoken about already. Taking the attention so much off yourself and really putting it out there. There's fantastic research to show that happiness and well-being spread through social networks, just as diseases and viruses spread through human networks. So tapping in to people that you know have the kind of attitude that you want to have in life is important, connecting with those people. Spreading the social networks, joining groups that you have similar interests, really important. And I guess all of this requires us to do the last thing, which is really spending time in reflection and reviewing what we're doing. One of the main derailers that we can have when we're trying to improve our well-being is this sort of narrow focus. I must feel better, and we just kind of pursue this almost single-mindedly. What we need to do every so often is to stop and reflect, review where we are, take a little bit of an inventory of ourselves, as it were. What are my values? How have they changed? What am I doing? What's working for me? What's not? All simple stuff. And in many ways, as much of this sounds like platitudes, it's actually very powerful stuff. And in that way, we can kind of really renew ourselves and refocus. So those are those simple kind of 8 steps, all of which have got great grounding in empirical research. And we've tried to put those in a very simple kind of package. But let's have a couple of words of caution here. First of all, transformational change is a rare thing. It's very rare for somebody to go from extremely depressed to brilliantly happy, or to become very much an introverted or reflective person, someone who's hugely extroverted. Change takes work and repetition, We need to be satisfied with small steps and incremental change. So I would encourage people to be focused. Yes, it's useful to have that big goal, but focus on the small steps. Instead of going from a 4 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10 in one leap, go from a 4 to a 5, and then from a 5 to a 6, Be satisfied with small steps, because actually that's the only change that we can make, really. Take time to review and reflect on what you've done, and enjoy and learn. Don't give yourself a hard time.
Body movement is a fundamental component of human health, evolution, and development. Like many other mammals, humans are made to move, hunt, and run away from predators. But at the same time, humans are also evolved to conserve energy through limiting movement when the opportunity is available. Physical activity is defined here as any type of body movement that uses up energy. Opportunities for physical activity in the modern world are becoming less all the time. The modern world offers an environment where there are ample opportunities to conserve energy. Cars are the dominant mode of transportation. Most jobs are office-based, and there are unlimited temptations for sedentary forms of recreation, such as tablets, computers, TV, and video games. Only about half of the adult population in Australia meet the core physical activity guideline that is set to 2.5 hours of moderate to vigorous physical activity a week. And less than 2 in 10 adults meet the full guideline that also includes participation in strength exercise. In other words, the modern world has removed the need to move in our daily life. Instead, we try to compensate through designer movement, such as sports and gym-based activities known as exercise. However, the number of people exercising in the population is disappointingly low because of time, cost, physical conditioning, and skill barriers. Clinical exercise programs aimed at treating or managing chronic conditions are not standard practice and can be difficult to implement due to low participation. Incidental activity, that is everyday physical activity, may be more feasible for many people. We will now see how physical activity and exercise relate to mental health and well-being. Almost half of the Australian population has experienced some form of mental disorder at some point in their lifetime. The commonest mental health conditions are depression and anxiety. And the World Health Organization recognizes depressive disorders as the leading cause of disability worldwide. Additionally, developing and implementing physical activity and exercise interventions in these population groups is a big challenge because of the existence of multiple physical comorbidities that may limit capacity to exercise, and the relatively low priority assigned to a healthy lifestyle by these population groups. There is a lot of overlap between major lifestyle diseases and mental health conditions. For example, between 31 and 45% of patients with coronary artery disease suffer from clinical depression, while people with cardiovascular disease in general are 2 to 3 times more likely to develop depression compared with a general population. This can trigger a vicious circle whereby mental and physical health problems exacerbate each other, and both jointly reduce the ability to be physically active, leading to worsening health. Physical activity is recommended as an evidence-based treatment for depression by health authorities. Several systematic reviews have highlighted the potential of physical activity for the treatment of mild to moderate depression. The value of exercise for more severe forms of depression is less clear, perhaps due to the chicken and egg effect, where depression causes reduced motivation for activity and less activity makes the depression worse. For mental health as well as physical health conditions, an ounce of prevention worth a pound of cure. It is far more cost-effective to prevent the onset of disease rather than seeking to cure them. It is not clear what types of exercise and physical activity are most effective. Most studies have tested aerobic types like walking and running, and fewer studies have tested resistance training or activities like yoga and tai chi. All types seem to work reasonably well. The ideal type of physical activity is perhaps less important than the long-term participation in physical activity. Unfortunately, the mental health benefits of physical activity are temporary. Sustained participation in exercise programs among mental health patients is very challenging. We do not know the best way to help patients to become and remain physically active in their everyday life, or stick to an exercise program. Social isolation and loneliness increase the risk for depression, and people suffering from depression are less likely to have strong social networks. Therefore, physical activity and exercise programs that involve group interaction may be a promising option. We prefer to design a program that suits the preferences and circumstances of each individual, as this will increase the chances of long-term adherence. This has been a brief introduction to physical activity and mental health. We saw that physical activity plays a big role in the prevention and management of major mental illness. Achieving the minimum recommendations of 150 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity per week would be an excellent start for people with stressful lives who are currently sedentary. Those achieving these recommendations could strive for 300 minutes per week and more engagement in higher intensity physical activity. The most important aspect of the physical activity component of a treatment plan is that recommended activities are enjoyable and achievable so that the patient adheres to them in the long term. If moderate intensity activity is not an option, light incidental activity can also be beneficial. Incidental activity can be embedded into everyday lifestyles and includes walking or cycling to work, using stairs instead of lifts, taking active breaks from continuous sitting, and replacing short to medium car trips with walking or cycling. For established depression, deliberate scheduling of everyday activities like walking to the shops and doing outdoor errands are encouraged for overcoming lack of motivation and fatigue that often come with depression. Dogs and humans have coexisted for many thousands of years. In more recent years, we have begun to understand that this coexistence, when managed appropriately, can be largely beneficial for human mental well-being. For example, studies have shown that when dog owners simply gaze at their dog, there is an increase in the levels of oxytocin. Oxytocin is a hormone produced in the brain that is linked to feelings of love, bonding, affection, and also has cardioprotective, anxiolytic, and anti-stress properties. Dogs can be loyal friends and companions, and their presence can relieve loneliness and social isolation, problems that are increasingly common because of the rapid urbanization of the society. But dogs can also be catalysts for increased physical activity in humans. All dogs need to be walked and play outdoors. Walking the dog for 20 to 30 minutes per day would not only substantially increase the weekly physical activity levels of the owner, but also potentially offer them opportunities for social interaction with other dog owners. We can conclude that dog ownership has multifaceted potential in terms of stress, depression, and anxiety relief in the population, and as such could be considered for those people whose circumstances are appropriate.
So what is yoga? Yoga is often seen as exercise and stretching, but it is a contemplative practice. It's often described as a moving meditation. Yoga shares many of the benefits of general exercise, relaxation, and meditation practices. Traditionally, yoga is a lifestyle consisting of 8 limbs, which include ethical rules for living and even advice on diet. The postures themselves, called asanas, are only one of those limbs. The last 5 limbs are dedicated to levels of meditation, from pranayama, focus on the breath, to deeper levels of concentration and meditation, leading to samadhi. Samadhi is a state of alertness and being fully conscious in the world. These limbs are not separate or sequential, but they're interconnected, and the purpose is to still the fluctuations of the mind. Now, yoga originated in India and has a documented history dating back 2,000 years, with, for example, the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. In the 20th century, B.K.S. Iyengar, one of many yogis to come to the West, published Light on Yoga, documenting selected postures with instructions, benefits, and cautions. Today, the choice of yoga schools and websites abound, from aerobic exercise for adults to those with meditative focus, to specialised classes for children, pregnant women, or even medical conditions like multiple sclerosis. In the 1970s, a psychiatrist, Dr. John Kabat-Zinn, demonstrated reproducible treatment for intractable back pain with a combination of yoga and meditation. Dr. Kabat-Zinn then went on to develop MBSR, mindfulness-based stress reduction, backed by research evidence for mental illness as well as for general well-being. In the last decade, there has been an exponential growth in scientific research in the benefits of yoga for physical and mental health, as well as in its psychophysiological modes of action, with the publication of numerous meta-analyses of the research literature. Yoga therapy as a profession has grown, offering dedicated international conferences and established accreditation bodies to ensure quality and duty of care are maintained. In 2016, The Principles and Practice of Yoga in Healthcare was published, edited by Calso and Al, a Harvard professor of neuroscience, 2 medical researchers from the USA and India, and a yoga therapist. This textbook helped bridge the gap between traditional knowledge and current scientific evidence for yoga in health. So the evidence exists for medical conditions, especially for back injuries, pain, musculoskeletal problems, showing improvements in range of movement, pain, disability, and sleep. In cancer, where it is used during treatment and during recovery, with improvement in quality of life, physical as well as psychosocial functioning, including sleep quality in adults as well as children. In type 2 diabetes and metabolic syndrome, with improvement in cardiometabolic factors, including fasting, plasma, glucose, and weight loss. Aside from the known benefits of aerobic exercise, stretching, increased body awareness and meditation, the other postulated benefits of yoga come through it facilitating the mind-body connection via top-down cognitive processes, bottom-up physiological processes. In particular, it is thought to balance the sympathetic and parasympathetic autonomic nervous systems to facilitate adaptive responses to stress. Peer-reviewed research evidence is growing for mental health disorders but remains preliminary. Yoga, however, is being developed as an adjunct therapy. For example, yoga CBT has been developed for anxiety and depression. Patients often come with a long-standing practice and see it as part of the foundation of their resilience. Treatment plans often include yoga. Chronic insomnia, Professor Satya Khalsa, who wrote the Harvard Guide on Yoga, contributed to the establishment of rigorous scientific method to yoga in medicine and demonstrated its efficacy in insomnia. Professor Bessel van der Kolk, psychiatrist and researcher in trauma disorders in adults and adolescents, dedicated a chapter in his book, The Body Keeps the Score, to trauma-informed yoga, demonstrating its validity in adults, including in attenuating emotional dysregulation and heart rate variability. The evidence in children and adolescents is still preliminary. In eating disorders, physicians have been prescribing yoga for quite a while as a step towards recovering in managing compulsive exercise. In children and adolescents, there is also emerging evidence in ADHD, trauma disorders, learning disorders, and anxiety. Shirley Tellis, prominent researcher in yoga and children, has called for biomarker and neuroimaging studies to show long-term efficacy. Probably the most exciting area of research in yoga is in prevention and early intervention. Many people practice yoga to manage and minimize stress, to be more grounded and calm, to keep the aging body supple and strong, to manage an old injury or help recover from a new one. However, in the USA, there has been a collaboration between health, justice, and education systems to roll out yoga in schools as social emotional learning programs to provide children with another tool to manage their emotions, to provide teachers with the skills to recognize and preempt children with disruptive behaviors, and therefore to enhance children's learning in and out of school. So if you are wanting to start a yoga practice, here's my advice. If you have a specific injury or health condition, discuss it with your trusted GP or health professional first, and certainly let your new yoga teacher know before you start your first class. Choose a school with small classes where the teacher can get to know you and give you individual attention. Consider one-to-one yoga therapy. Find a class that suits you, from Iyengar Yoga, which provides individual attention, focuses on alignment, and has a body of knowledge for managing injuries and illness. Bikram Yoga might be more your thing, where you can get hot and sweaty. There are many online courses, which I would recommend only for a self-motivated person. And home practice. Create a special place at home, warm, quiet, and inviting. Get some props maybe, bolsters, mat, and maybe some incense and a cup of tea to get you started. Set yourself a timetable of regular times, 2 to 3 times a week, I would recommend. What works for me is a combination of the above. I attend the same school every week and supplement it with home practice, which can be just getting on the mat, and if I'm lucky, an hour has gone past and I'm just in the right space for some meditation in Shavasana.
Insomnia is an extremely common sleep disorder. A third of the population in the Western world experiences regular difficulties with falling asleep or staying asleep. However, for about 10% of the population, their insomnia also causes problems in the daytime, such as tiredness, poor concentration, or irritable moods. So what is insomnia? Well, insomnia disorder is diagnosed when someone has the following features: difficulties going to sleep, staying asleep, where it takes longer than 30 minutes, non-restorative sleep, impairment of daytime functioning, and symptoms that are present for at least 3 months. The essence of insomnia is that the person feels unsatisfied with the amount or quality of sleep, so much so that it leads to significant distress or an inability to function in important areas of life. This can affect the person's relationships, work, education, social life, or other important areas. Any sleep problems that are present for less than 3 months are not considered to meet the criteria for insomnia disorder. It is simply thought of as an episode of insomnia rather than a disorder. Sometimes people's sleep experience does not meet their expectations. For example, many people wake often at night, but are still able to function well during the day. This does not constitute insomnia. Impacts of insomnia on everyday life include things such as a person feeling wired and tired, where fatigue is the overwhelming symptom. If the person often feels sleepy, they may also have another type of sleep disorder, such as untreated obstructive sleep apnea and/or restless leg syndrome, periodic limb movement. The most important factor in the sleepy insomnia individual is depression, where there is a strong bidirectional relationship. Both of these disorders require equal treatment. People with insomnia often feel that their performance is significantly reduced, but the research does not always show objective impairments. People with insomnia often have difficulty switching tasks, along with some aspects of memory. In one study, a functional MRI, a type of brain scan, was used to measure blood flow in certain areas of the brain. Individuals with insomnia had reduced blood flow in some areas when asked to participate in some cognitive tasks in the scanner. Perhaps the most important thing is the way people think about their sleep. Some people with insomnia can become extremely preoccupied with their sleep and develop a condition termed sleep anxiety. Instead of being an important component of healthy life, sleep becomes a stressful focal point of all the activities the person is not able to do due to their chronic poor sleep quality, perceived or otherwise. Behaviour may become ritualised to ensure better sleep, and individuals may also give up the little pleasures of life, such as exercise, coffee, or socialising, for fear that these activities will negatively impact on sleep. Many people start spending more and more time in bed, trying to achieve at least 50% of that time sleeping. This is a common but unhelpful behaviour, as is the development of sleep anxiety. Interestingly, in a recent study of nurses doing shift work, tiredness, anxiety, depression, bullying in the workplace, and spillover between work and family life were significant factors related to insomnia. However, insomnia was more likely to be caused by personal and work-related factors rather than being a cause of the problems. We also have a number of sleep myths, and there are 3 common misperceptions regarding sleep. One being that good sleep is sleep through the night and do not wake until the morning when they wake refreshed. Number 2, we start the night in light sleep and finish sleep in deep sleep. So if the sleep period is shortened in any way, then sleep will be severely compromised. Number 3, rapid eye movement sleep is deep sleep. This hypnogram shows the stages of sleep that a normal adult will cycle through during a good night's sleep. REM sleep means rapid eye movement and is a lighter sleep stage during which dreams occur. Stage 3 or N3 is the deepest stage of sleep. In humans, most of the night is spent in relatively light sleep. An evolutionary overflow most likely from our caveman days when it was important to be alert for predators. Only 20% of the night is spent in deep sleep and 25% in REM sleep. We cycle through all the stages of sleep every 90 minutes, and most of our deep sleep is in the first 1/3 of the night, with mostly lighter stages in the latter part of the night. The onset of sleep is triggered by increasing darkness that causes the brain to produce melatonin. Light suppresses melatonin and leads to waking. The role of temperature is also important and changes with sleep onset and waking. A healthy 70-year-old will cycle through the same stages of sleep, but somewhat more rapidly during the night. So sleep patterns change over a person's lifetime. So how do we treat insomnia? Medication is usually the first line of treatment when an individual presents to their GP with insomnia. In a 2010 study, 95% of people were given a sedative medication, with almost half being prescribed temazepam. Only 2% were referred to a psychologist for psychological treatment, which we know is the proven and most effective treatment long term. Cognitive behavioural therapy, or CBT, aims to enable the person with insomnia to gain confidence about his or her sleep by giving factual information about sleep in order to combat the many common myths. Some examples are, I must stay in bed longer to make up for my lost or poor quality sleep, and I only doze in the second half of the night. CBT is approached as a retraining in sleep, with the aim of reducing some of the pressure that people tend to place on themselves when trying to change their behaviour. Along with the behaviour changes is the need to change perceptions and expectations of sleep, which is equally important. There are some strategies for managing sleep patterns. One is bed or sleep restriction therapy, which means reducing the time spent in bed by either going to bed later or getting up earlier. This can improve the length and quality of a sleep. Avoiding unhelpful cues associated with the bed, such as using computer screens or television in the bedroom, can also be helpful. The quarter-hour rule means that if you're awake for more than a quarter of an hour, it is helpful to get out of bed and do a quiet activity until you are comfortable tired, but not necessarily sleepy. Paradoxical intention is a strategy that involves putting the effort into staying awake. Paradoxically, this makes you sleepy. It is also important to have exposure to early morning light, regular exercise, and a healthy diet. Avoiding caffeine or alcohol close to bedtime can also be useful. If depression is an issue, managing your mood in conjunction with changing sleep behaviours and thoughts is both effective and useful. Relaxation and mindfulness strategies help to reduce anxiety and can promote sleep. These are covered in other sections of the course. Using these strategies, people with insomnia learn to go from being a victim of poor sleep to changing the boundaries around the bed and the night, and can learn to sleep well again.
Thank you very much for your time today, Felice. Can you tell us a bit about how our modern lifestyle and forms of food consumption are actually affecting the health of the population?
Sure. Well, look, over recent decades, there's been really profound changes to the food system due to globalisation. And this has really changed the way that people eat right around the globe. So what we find now is instead of traditional dietary patterns in different countries, people are more increasingly eating foods that are highly processed, they're high in added sugars and added fats, all sorts of things that we know is not good for our health. Now, the impact of this has given rise to the very well publicised obesity epidemic, but it's also given rise to really a tidal wave of chronic illness, such as heart disease and diabetes. And in fact, unhealthy diet is now the leading risk factor for early death. So it's outstripped infectious diseases such as HIV, malaria, etc., to be the leading killer globally.
What does the research say about the relationships between diet, depression and anxiety?
Well, over the last 6 years or so, there's been an enormous amount of research done right across the world looking at the relationship between the quality of people's diets and their risk or likelihood of having what we call the common mental disorders, depression and anxiety. And what we've seen across countries, across cultures, across age groups consistently is that people who eat a healthier diet, more of the vegetables and fibre-rich foods that we know are so important, at reduced risk for these disorders, whereas those who eat more of the unhealthy and processed foods are more at risk. Now, importantly, these relationships are independent of a whole range of other factors that could explain the relationships. So things such as people's socioeconomic status, their education, their weight, their physical activity, etc. And they're also not explained by reverse causality because, of course, some of these mental disorders are associated with dietary or appetite changes, but these relationships seem to be quite independent of that, particularly over the long term. And the important thing to note is that this is true right across the life course.
Can you tell us a bit about how this is affecting children, perhaps even more than everyone else?
Well, what we know is that the changes to our global food system and the dietary habits of people has been particularly obvious in younger people. So even in Australia, the latest National Nutrition Survey tells us that only about 0.5% of children are actually having the required intake of vegetables per day. So of course, this has a profound impact on their health going forward. And we've known for a while now, with the research that we and others have done, is that the quality of children and adolescents' diets is linked to whether or not they have depression in particular or psychological distress. And this again seems to be independent of things such as their family socioeconomic background, family conflict, poor family management, those sorts of things. And indeed, this is the case even at the very start of life. So we've shown that the quality of mothers' diets during their pregnancy is linked to their children's mental health as they get older. And others have also shown that this is true for their risk for autism disorders, autism spectrum disorders, and cognitive development. And now this is really important because half of all mental disorders start before the age of 14. So if we want to think about modifiable risk factors and prevention, diet seems that it may be a very good target.
How much do we know about how our diet actually affects our brain functioning?
Well, there's been a lot of research in animal studies, of course, which makes it easier to study this particular question. And we see that nutrition has an impact on the brain, a very widespread impact. So unhealthy foods fed to pregnant animals results in many changes in the brain of their offspring, for a start, such as their neurotransmitter gene expression, the reward system, stress response system, etc. But really key is that it has unhealthy foods seem to have an impact on brain plasticity. And indeed, last year we published the first study in humans to show that the quality of people's diets, these were older adults, was related to the size of their hippocampus. And the hippocampus is a key area of the brain that's central to learning and memory, but also to psychiatric disorders. And people who had a healthier diet tended to have a larger left hippocampus, and those who had unhealthier diets had a smaller left hippocampus. And this wasn't just a small effect, this was quite a large effect. So this really has implications for brain health, not just at the end of life, but right across the lifespan.
Can you tell us about your new study using diet to treat depression?
Yes, well, this is really exciting because, of course, over the last 6 years or so, most of the work that's been done in this new area of nutritional psychiatry has been observational studies. So where you collect data from large samples of people and you use statistics to test associations, or they've come from animal studies. But of course, there's problems with all of those sorts of studies, and we really needed to test the causal hypothesis, meaning that we needed to do a trial to see whether if we took people with major depression, people who are already depressed, and we helped them to improve their diet by increasing their intake of nutrient-dense foods and fibre and vegetables, fruits, whole grains, fish, olive oil, those sorts of things, and also decrease the intake of the other processed and unhealthy foods, whether or not that would actually help their depression. And indeed, we were really stunned to see that it certainly did help, and it really helped. There was a very large effect size. So what this tells us is that if we have patients with depression or people in the community with depression, by improving their diet, they very well may be able to help to improve their depressive symptoms. And of course, this has real implications for clinical practice as well, because improving diet will also have a positive benefit for the physical health problems that often go with depression.
So it sounds as though we need interventions at the individual level, but also at the community level.
That's correct. So this is this whole new body of research in this field of nutritional psychiatry really has implications for population health and also clinical practice. So at the population level, it's really essential that we address the obesogenic environment, and that really means addressing the activities of the food industry around marketing and maybe using things such as taxation, limiting availability, etc., to change the food environment from one where unhealthy foods are the default to one where healthy foods become the easiest option, the cheapest, the most socially acceptable.
What is the physiology of stress and anxiety? We all feel the effects of anxiety or stress in our body sometimes. Our heart might start pounding, our muscles can get tense, sometimes we get sweaty or shaky hands, our breathing may get faster and shallower, and we can feel restless, on edge, and irritable. Sometimes we might feel nauseous, or our stomach might feel like it's tied up in knots. These are all physiological responses to stress. In fact, our body has developed this response to stress over time as a survival mechanism. You might have heard of the fight or flight response, and that's exactly what's happening in our bodies during these times when we feel stressed or anxious. Fight or flight, and sometimes even freezing, kick in when we experience a situation as frightening or threatening. These kinds of situations don't just involve physical threat to our body, but also when we might feel threatened socially. For example, when we worry about what other people might be thinking about us, or how we might perform when giving a speech or playing in a concert, or meeting people for the first time. Even just anticipating those kinds of situations in the future can be enough to set off the stress reaction in our body. So why does our body do this? Well, these physiological responses are meant to prepare us to fight, run away, or to freeze when we sense threat. Before modern society developed, this response in our bodies was actually a really useful tool. Being physically ready to run away from a wild animal or to fight to protect our tribe, all within a moment's notice, may have meant the difference between life and death. The thing is, we don't really need to do either of those things in the modern world we live in, especially in social situations. So when we start experiencing these physiological reactions to stress, we can understand them as an old and important system which evolved to help us survive threatening situations. But what can we do to reverse this stress response in our bodies when it occurs? How can we turn off this physiological reaction, which can be uncomfortable, unsettling, and which can make it hard to concentrate on the things we need to do in our day? I want to talk to you about 2 different relaxation techniques that you can use when you notice yourself starting to feel stressed in your body: deep breathing and progressive muscle relaxation. So why use relaxation strategies? Relaxation strategies work by using your physiology, for example your breathing or your muscles, to signal to your brain that you're not actually in danger. By slowing down your breathing or purposely relaxing your muscles, you can turn off that stress response. Relaxation strategies are great because once you learn how to do them, you can do them anywhere. Relaxation strategies may also be used as part of your daily routine. For example, you might find that doing a breathing exercise every night before you go to bed will help you to let go of some of that stress we accumulate during the day. And we know that by lowering the stress we feel in our body, we can actually reduce the amount of anxiety we experience overall. The first strategy is the use of breathing. There are many different breathing exercises you can use to create the relaxation response, such as different types of yoga breathing, bubble breathing, and meditation-based breathing. A good place to start, though, is with deep breathing. Deep breathing is about reversing the pattern of breathing that we find ourselves in when we're stressed or anxious. At those times, our breathing becomes short, shallow, faster, and we breathe into our chest rather than our belly. So deep breathing is about focusing on our breath and consciously guiding our breath to become slow and deep. By doing this, we activate the parasympathetic system, which calms us down and puts the brakes on our stress response. To do a deep abdominal breathing exercise, follow these steps. First, get comfortable in any position. You might like to lie down or sit somewhere quiet, and put your hands on your chest and stomach. Next, exhale completely through your mouth. Begin by breathing in through your nose and focus on breathing into your stomach rather than your chest. You can notice this by noticing which of your 2 hands is rising. You want the hand on your belly to rise and fall more dramatically than the hand on your chest. This can take some practice, and you'll find that you get better at it each time. Don't worry if it doesn't come naturally to you at first, just do your best. Keep focusing on your breath and on breathing in deeply from your nose and into your stomach. Breathe in until your belly feels full, then hold the breath for a few seconds. Exhale slowly through your mouth. This should take about twice as long as it did to inhale, and it may help to slightly purse your lips when you do this, as though you're blowing out the candles on a cake. Continue this cycle. Breathe in through your nose and into your stomach. Hold your breath for a few seconds. Exhale slowly through your mouth. Do this for 4 to 10 cycles. Some people find it helpful to count while doing this exercise. So breathing in for 4 seconds, holding the breath for 7 seconds, and breathing out for 8 seconds. 4, 7, 8. You can continue to do this for as long as you need until you feel more relaxed. For some people, doing this for a minute can be enough. Others may prefer to spend 5 minutes doing this exercise to get the maximum effect. It really is up to you. Try it out and see what works. Another relaxation technique is progressive muscle relaxation. This technique works by bringing attention to the tension we're carrying in our body and focusing on relaxing that tension. To do this, you purposefully focus on individual muscles in your body and one by one, tense the muscle and hold it for a few seconds and then relax that muscle. You move from one muscle to the next. For example, you might sit in a quiet spot in your house, close your eyes, and start by focusing on the muscles in your right shoulder. You purposely tense that muscle, hold it for a few seconds and focus on the sensation of tension, and then relax that muscle, focusing on how the relaxation of the tension feels. Then you'd move on to your upper arm, then your lower arm, then your hand, then your fingers, and so on. The goal here is to learn to recognize tension in different parts of your body and to learn how to purposely relax those muscles when needed. Just like the breathing technique, this strategy will become easier to do the more you use it. Here are some final notes about using relaxation strategies. It's important to practice these strategies regularly over a period of time in order to get the best effect. Try to practice these strategies when you're not particularly anxious or stressed out so that you can really focus on them and learn to apply them at times when you need them the most. The more you practice these strategies when you're calmer, the easier it'll be for you to use them when you're feeling anxious or stressed. For example, some people like to spend 5 to 10 minutes each night before they go to bed doing a breathing exercise or going through the progressive muscle relaxation exercise. This allows them to become more familiar with the routine, and they're then much more likely to use it when they start to feel stress building in their body during the day. Finally, we have listed a variety of places online where you can access more relaxation exercises, including guided progressive muscle relaxation and breathing exercises.
As you go about your day-to-day life, how often are you really paying attention to just exactly what is in front of you? For example, when you're having a conversation, are you really listening to what the other person is saying? Or is your mind drifting off, worrying about something totally unrelated? When you're walking down the street, are you paying attention to the scenery and sounds around you? Or is your mind elsewhere, and are your eyes glued to your mobile phone? When you're in the car or on the bus, are you paying complete attention to the roads? Or are you angry at the traffic, agonizing that you're going to be late for work or your next appointment? So many of our thoughts and feelings are caught up elsewhere, either ruminating over something that has already happened or worrying about something that will or might happen in the future. This constant chatter in our minds can make it hard to concentrate or be fully present in what we're doing, as well as contribute to feelings of stress. And there is consistent evidence that chronic stress negatively affects physical and mental well-being. Stress has been linked to premature aging, chronic pain, diabetes, heart disease and cancer, as well as a number of poor psychological outcomes such as anxiety and depression. Mindfulness offers an alternative. There is a growing evidence base for mindfulness-based intervention to improve stress and its related health outcomes. So what is mindfulness? Mindfulness is paying attention to the present moment without judgment. It is being aware of how we're feeling, what's happening in our mind and body and around us at any given moment. It's not about controlling or stopping these thoughts, but instead not allowing ourselves to get caught up in them. Although it is affiliated with meditation, mindfulness is not a religious practice, nor is it something to which you need dedicate hours. It's simply being here and now. The two most widely studied structured mindfulness programs are 1, mindfulness-based stress reduction, or MBSR, and 2, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, or MBCT. Whilst there are subtle differences between these or other mindfulness-based interventions, at their core is a shared goal of training our attention through regular practice to become more aware of and less reactive and judgmental towards our thoughts, emotions, and bodily sensations in day-to-day life. Mindfulness is also a key component in a number of well-known and evidence-based psychotherapies, including ACT, or Acceptance and Commitment Therapy, and DBT, Dialectical Behavioural Therapy. So what's the evidence? In a combined study of over 8,000 participants, mindfulness programs have been shown to have a moderate effect in reducing anxiety and depression. But even in healthy people without depression or anxiety, A combined study of over 2,000 individuals demonstrated a large effect on reducing stress and moderate effects on improving anxiety, low mood and quality of life. And these effects persisted at 19 weeks follow-up. In the workplace, mindfulness has been shown to reduce levels of stress and burnout, as well as improve job satisfaction and engagement. So much so that mindfulness has been adopted by a wide range of major organisations internationally, including Google, who offer classes and online mindfulness resources for staff. Mindfulness also has a role in improving the quality of life for people with chronic physical health conditions. The strongest evidence to date is in people living with cancer, but has also benefits for chronic pain, arthritis, reducing the risk of heart disease, and improving quality of life in the palliative care setting. So how does mindfulness potentially achieve these effects? Mindfulness involves various regions of the brain associated with attention control, emotion regulation, and self-awareness. Numerous studies have demonstrated enhanced activity in these brain regions after engaging in mindfulness practice. There are, of course, difficulties in producing high-quality scientific research for mindfulness. The studies are usually small in numbers and rarely follow up participants to see the long-term effects. There are also subtle differences in the programs available that make them difficult to directly compare. Nevertheless, these early results are promising, as mindfulness as a method to reduce stress and improve mental health and physical well-being. And the best part is, anyone can practice mindfulness anywhere at any time. And it costs nothing to bring your attention back to the present moment. So why don't we give it a go? Because the best way to understand mindfulness is not just to read or listen about it, but to experience it. No matter where you are watching this, just start paying attention to your body. Are you lying down or sitting up? Start to notice how you're breathing. Is it short and shallow, being held in the chest? Now, gently adjust your posture, either to be lying down on your back or sitting up comfortably in a chair, legs uncrossed with both feet resting on the floor. Close your eyes. Start by bringing awareness to your breathing. Our breath is a fundamental anchor to the here and now. Notice the rising of your abdomen with each breath in, and how it falls with each breath out. Stay connected to your breath. And in doing so, bring your awareness to the rest of your body. Feel the points of contact between your body and the chair or the floor. Bring awareness to your feet. Then slowly shift your attention up through your body. The front of your legs, the back of your legs, your belly, around to your back, your chest, and your shoulders. Are you holding tension there? Just relax the shoulders down and let it go. Then finally, move your awareness up to your face, letting go of any unnecessary tension in your jaw and relaxing the muscles around your eyes and in your forehead. If you notice your attention wandering, or if you become caught up in a stream of thought, that's perfectly okay. simply bring your attention back to the next breath. Now, as we come towards the end of this practice, start to reactivate your body by moving your fingers and toes. And when you are ready, slowly open your eyes. How did it feel? This has been a small introduction to mindfulness. It is a way of training our attention towards opening ourselves up to whatever life puts in front of us. It is simple but not easy and takes practice, so don't feel bad if you found it difficult. If you are interested in developing your mindfulness skills further, regular seated practice is recommended, even if it's just a few minutes a day to begin. There are a number of apps available to guide your practice, or consider enrolling yourself in an online course or face-to-face group near you. At the very least, you can start by bringing mindfulness into routine parts of your daily life. So when you're next in conversation, just listen to exactly what the other person is saying. When you're walking down the street, take your eyes off your phone and look around you, paying attention to the sights and noticing as many sounds as you can. There is not only a growing evidence base, but also limitless practical opportunities for creating a more mindful life.
Personality is different to temperament. In essence, an individual's temperament is generally viewed to be underpinned by genetic factors, and so reflects that individual's natural disposition. Personality is temperament modified by subsequent life events. It is also dynamic, which means that individuals with a healthy personality adjust the ways in which they interact with the world and other people depending on the cues. Any attempt to define personality strengths therefore needs to consider the extent to which it is an enduring characteristic in the individual, as well as the extent to which it is appropriately modified in response to environmental factors. The dominant model of personality in the literature is the so-called 5-factor model. This model assumes that all individuals occupy some position along dimensions underpinning 5 constructs. Thus, on the neuroticism construct, we'd expect that an individual with personality strengths would score low on neuroticism, being generally calm and even relaxed under stressful conditions. On the openness dimension, we might imagine that those with personality strengths would score highly. They would have broad interests and be imaginative, as against showing opposite traits of being traditional and set in their ways. On the third construct, agreeableness, we would expect that those with personality strengths would score highly in terms of being compassionate, good-natured, eager to cooperate, and skilled in avoiding conflict, as well as being effective. However, the 2 remaining dimensions are not so readily positioned. For example, on the extroversion-introversion dimension, neither position necessarily defines a personality strength. Thus, if an individual wanted to work as a salesman or in the hospitality industry, there would be advantages to being extroverted, which is usually defined as being active, outgoing, high-spirited, and preferring to be around people most of the time. Conversely, if an individual sought to be a chess champion, then there might be advantages to being introverted, reserved, and not needing close friends, and thus being able to concentrate on the goal without social distractions. Similarly, for the conscientious dimension, those who score low on conscientiousness tend to be easygoing, preferring not to make plans, but not necessarily being very well organised and often being quite laid back. To their friends, this might be viewed as a personality strength, in that they are easy to be around and they just don't fuss about things. By contrast, those who are high on conscientiousness have high standards, strive to achieve their goals, set their targets, and never cease to deviate from them. These are characteristics that could be seen as less than desirable personality strengths, in that the individual might be viewed by others as too anal retentive or too focused on perfection. On the other hand, would you not prefer your surgeon or airline pilot to be high on conscientiousness? Another way to approach the topic is to consider factors associated with well-being, or what is otherwise described as eudaimonic happiness. This involves ongoing modes of positive thought and behaviours that provide engagement and fulfilment, and are derived from Aristotle's concept of fulfilling one's true nature. There are a number of measures of well-being. Most measure the individual, judging how satisfied they are with their life as a whole, and asking them if they could live their life again, would they change almost nothing? People high on well-being affirm the proposition that they do not wish to change anything if they could live their life again. Other well-being measures look at the degree of socialization, equating that as equivalent to a personality strength. One such social capital measure has a final question which asks whether the interviewee agrees or disagrees with the proposition that, quotes, most people are honest, end of quotes. While seemingly quaint, this is an intriguing question. It suggests that people who are high on well-being and have personality strengths are open to the world, open to other people, and open to experiences, that they tend to take people at face value rather than face them in any guarded way. People that are high on well-being evidence their positive emotions across their thinking patterns, in the way in which they interact with the world in terms of play, exploration, and creativity. Studies of well-being have underpinned the field of positive psychology, and here there have been a number of identified character strengths and virtues. They include wisdom and knowledge, that is, being creative, curious, and open-minded; in having courage, that is, in being brave, persistent, showing integrity and being vital; being human, in being loving and kind; having a sense of justice, in evidencing fairness; being temperate, in being forgiving and showing mercy; being humble and modest, as well as showing prudence and even transcendence, that is, appreciating beauty and excellence; showing gratitude, having hope, showing humour, and evidencing spirituality. Those with personality strengths that build to well-being tend to climb a ladder in life where they don't function simply at seeking a pleasant life, but more aspire to a good life, and even to a meaningful life over their career trajectory. In summary, it's generally judged that well-being is best achieved by showing reciprocity with others, by seeking purpose and meaning in life, rather than seeking material gain. It comes more from within and from relationships, rather than from, quotes, success. Theoretically, it might be expected that those with personality strengths would not have a personality disorder. A personality disorder is generally defined as having certain personality traits that are associated with the individual being ineffective and non-cooperative, and which cause the individual and or others around them to suffer. And yet, I would argue that a personality disorder can sometimes be a personality strength. Sociopathy is overrepresented in successful politicians. The tortured genius is overrepresented in successful writers, playwrights, and composers. Theoretically, personality strengths should be associated with resilience, that is, the ability to bounce back quickly after hard times. But again, successful sociopaths possess this capacity at a level that others might find disturbing. So, while those with personality strengths should be resilient, resilience alone does not of necessity define optimal or admirable personality styles. These latter points raise the question as to whether, quotes, the end justifies the means. That is, should we judge the presence or absence of personality strengths by themselves alone, or, if as a consequence of the personality characteristics, something worthwhile is achieved? For example, in taking an extreme position, someone with great personality strengths may achieve little in life but be admired and loved, while someone with theoretically undesirable personality traits may achieve great things benefiting the whole community. Their strength may more be in their application than in their simple existence. Thus, rather than define personality strengths in a vacuum, I would argue for them being considered in relation to how the individual interacts with others around them, the culture in which they exist, and the extent to which the individual finds an ecological niche for their productive expression.
The Strengths Model is a recovery-oriented approach for working with people who are experiencing mental health issues. Recovery approaches take an optimistic view of the outcome of mental health diagnoses based on good evidence that outcomes are not always poor. Recovery approaches focus on meaningful goals, desires, dreams, and talents for a person's life. The Strengths Model was developed over 30 years ago by Charles Rapp and Rick Gosha at the University of Kansas. It provides an overarching philosophy as well as practical tools for identifying and working with strengths.
There is emerging evidence for clinical benefit with the Strengths Model, and a clinical trial is underway. Working together at the Bondi Junction Community Rehabilitation Team, we introduced the Strengths Model in 2013. We wanted to be able to increase the sense of hope and positivity for our clients, and we found that sometimes directing all our energies to working out problems wasn't helping people enough. It's sad when clients say, "No one ever asked me what I wanted to do." With the Strengths Model, they are active and motivated to work on their recovery.
Our role was reoriented to helping people find solutions to achieve their goals and to find meaning and purpose. Previously, some people felt discouraged from achieving their goals, for example, to work, because practitioners felt it might be too much of a challenge for them. Whereas with the Strengths Model, clients could be helped to identify their strengths before jumping into goal setting, and they were then able to identify goals or passions that were really motivating for themselves. With the Strengths Model, we found that clinical outcomes were improved. The Strengths Model is based on 6 principles. People can recover. The relationship between clinician and client is paramount. The focus is on strengths. The client drives the process. The community is the prime setting, and the community is an oasis of resources. Now to compare a strengths assessment with a more traditional mental health assessment, both describing the same client called Dan. A strengths assessment of Dan might sound like, Dan is a 50-year-old man and he tells me, "I am happy where I live in my own apartment. I cook my own meals. I do volunteer work every week. I have sought admission when my symptoms were overwhelming. I saved for a recent overseas trip with my family. I am looking for more employment. I like to travel, read, watch cricket. My beliefs are a source of strength." Whereas a traditional assessment might sound like, Dan is a 50-year-old male. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia in his early 20s when he was studying for a professional degree. He's been under the care of a psychiatrist and GP since then. He's been unable to return to study, and he's had several admissions due to homicidal ideation. You can see that the first assessment sounds more hopeful and would make you think more positively about Dan's ability to achieve his goals. While the strengths assessment does seem to miss the fact that he has had significant risk issues, like homicidal ideation, this isn't our only source of information as therapists.
Strengths assessments always occur alongside mental state and risk assessment processes. We always ensure that safety is a priority. Our work is mainly with people who are fairly stable in the community, and so the focus is more on recovery of function. If we are able to present the story in a more hopeful way, then the therapists and the client can feel that goals are achievable.
Implementing the strengths model, we have been able to help our clients to achieve their goals, and this has significantly boosted morale on our team. We've also found that there's been a trickle-down effect to other community teams, where they have now started to adopt these practices. Coming from a humanist, philosophical standpoint, the strengths model celebrates and respects each person's individuality and encourages hope.
G'day. I'm going to discuss attachment as a theory of human development and functioning in positive psychiatry. First up, I'll give some background and then talk about how attachment can be usefully applied in human health and well-being for recovery from mental illness and distress. This will also connect up with other MOOC talks on stress, trauma, psychotherapies and resilience. Modern medicine and psychiatry now promote the idea of treating the whole person in integrated ways. Attachment theory is one model that provides an explanation for health and well-being and what happens when they break down. It affirms the interconnections between biological, psychological and social factors and can guide recovery. John Bowlby got us on track in the middle of last century by recognising that human beings develop in relationships. He wrote that children need care from caregivers with whom they have an attachment bond over a long period of development. Without this care, children's mental and physical health suffers. At the extreme end of the spectrum, children without any care simply die. At the positive end, nurtured children thrive and become resilient. Bowlby suggested that this need for nurturing attachments had evolved over time. The attachment system supports the infant's motivation to connect to others and form a bond with their caregiver. This gave a survival advantage for the species as the little ones stayed close to parents and were protected and nurtured, and more likely to survive to become parents themselves. When they needed help, the system would turn on until help had arrived and been helpful. A dovetailing caregiving system in adults motivates them to care for infants. We all know the pull of those big anime eyes of children and the oh that greets our first encounter with a new baby. The babushka doll would be one strong image of the way one generation protects and nurtures the next. Current research supports attachment theory and the idea that human beings develop physically, mentally, socially in relationships. Our early experiences of care shape and organise our responses to ourselves, to others and to stress, working at every level of our being. In this picture, we can see the early beginnings and growth of a secure attachment of a child to parent. We can see here the close connection between mother and baby through gaze, voice, touch, position and feeling. The baby's hand is touching mum and they are sharing a kind of largely wordless conversation with a warm, positive feeling called the proto-conversation. As a caregiver responds to the baby's needs for care and comfort in all the simple daily routines, feeding, bathing, soothing, going to sleep and playing, The baby learns about good connection with another person. They learn that they can ask for and get help when needed, both practical and emotional. Babies learn how to feel settled and relaxed and share moments of real joy, pleasure, play. Over many repetitions, a pattern is established, and baby comes to expect that the parent will be a source of help and love. When they begin to explore, they find that they can return to safety when they encounter problems and be helped and reassured. We now know that this expectation of help and comfort is fundamental and shapes how we see others beyond our family. As the child grows, the experiences become internalised as a schema or template, a set of feelings and beliefs about themselves and others. They feel lovable and feel others can be helpful. They acquire a capacity for self-soothing and calm and learn to tolerate strong feelings and some stress. They become resilient. So if someone is raised to be confident and use their own coping wherever possible, but know that they can directly ask for help if they need it, they achieve a balance of strategies for managing life and its stresses and strains. This is attachment security, and such an individual is called secure in their attachment style. This style promotes our active, meaningful way of being connected to ourselves and others, and buffers us against the effects of stress and trauma. It is associated with health and flourishing in many contexts. In normal populations, however, many people do have an insecure attachment strategy, and most of the time that's not problematic. However, in really tough times, this can mean that they might not be as flexibly and comfortably supported in their recovery from stress, distress, trauma, and illness. The person's past experience has shaped their expectations about help. Attachments can be insecure in one of two fundamental ways. A person can turn away from help and feel that they have to manage alone, termed an avoidant or dismissing strategy. Or in the second way, they can feel unconfident in their own coping and can tend to anxiously or even angrily rely on others, termed an anxious, ambivalent or preoccupied strategy. So attachment describes our organisation of attention, feeling, thinking and behaviour towards ourselves and others to manage stress. The three main attachment strategies are also known as states of mind. These states can also affect body functions such as sleep, eating and sexuality. The figure here, titled Attachment States of Mind, shows the three different attachment states of mind that we've discussed so far, spread along the top line. We can all move around the map a bit, but at times of stress, tend to find ourselves mostly in one of the states described, or occasionally flip between them. The last important fourth pattern of attachment happens when people have gone through a loss or traumatic experience that breaks down their normal, organised way of coping and being. So they move from one of the states along the top row to this bottom state. Our thoughts, feelings and behaviours become disorganised. This occurs naturally when people are grieving or have experienced a trauma. They can feel shocked, numb, or feel very intensely and might experience disturbances of sleeping and eating and energy and an unusual sense of confusion, disorientation, disconnection. They don't feel like their normal selves. More will be said about this in the talk on trauma. Some people have had very traumatic early experiences and don't feel that others are safe. They have had disorganising, fearful experiences within their early relationships and so come to not expect safe help. Instead, they fear others, that they can make it all worse or cause harm. We'll say more about this in the trauma and the psychotherapies talks. Importantly, our attachment templates are not set in stone. New experiences like personal and therapeutic relationships can shift attachment templates. We can move towards security and move to reorganise after loss and trauma, towards feeling safer, more settled, resilient and more flexible in our sense of self and our relationships with others. Given that the attachment system organises our coping, it can shed light on many symptoms in mental and physical health and identify coping strengths and paths to resilience and recovery. When people are too stressed, they become distressed and disorganised, and their normal coping can break down and they experience symptoms. So these days, health workers check in with people presenting for care to discuss how they manage their stress, and so can collaborate to work out their normal attachment state of mind and what's happening with coping at the moment. Together, we then work out what might be helpful. This could mean supporting normal coping, helping them return to normal, or at times we might encourage new coping strategies. Sometimes we encourage people to balance up. For example, those with an avoidance strategy could perhaps try accepting more social support and practice expressing difficult emotions. For those with a preoccupied strategy, they could learn more skills in managing their anxiety, maybe by practicing relaxation, diaphragmatic breathing, meditation, mindfulness, or exercise. In this process, we sometimes realise when trauma or loss is really disrupting someone and find they need to re-establish a sense of safety, support, stability to build their recovery. Bowlby said, attachment goes from the cradle to the grave, meaning that across a whole life, we need to be in relationships to give and receive help and love. And that this is a part of the story of being human, being well, resilient, and of recovering and growing after illness.
Mental well-being depends on an ongoing relationship of renewal with the environment. As social beings, humans depend on communication and relationships with others for their well-being. The individual mind is dependent on communication through language, using symbols to understand and participate in the world. From the beginning of life, humans have the ability to communicate. Babies are able to cry, to express other emotions, to take turns, and respond musically to the rhythm and pitch of conversation. They do all of these things in relationship with parents or carers who engage the baby in communication and play. It's a process that allows the baby to use the environment through other people as a means of growth. The human genome provides many potentials for each individual, but requires interaction with a good enough environment of responsive carers. This way, the infant can develop the capacities that will allow him or her to become a fully participating member of the human community. Compared with other species, human babies are highly dependent on adults. They take many years to develop the skills to care for themselves. Infants are not born with a sense of self. This develops over time as part of our second nature that depends on early learning. The sense of self arises through the experience of feeling during communication and exploration. These aspects of mental life take time to become established. A sense of self is a positive achievement, reflecting a sense of value in the individual. Positive and negative emotions need to be processed differently through early relationships. These relationships soothe distress on the one hand and amplify a sense of aliveness in the infant on the other. This contributes to the sense of value in the infant, establishing a space for learning from others, known as the zone of proximal development. At birth, we are thrown into the human world, a world where one has a place in a complex matrix of relationships that has great meaning for each individual. Human beings, like all other species, operate within the physical world, but humans are unique in that we also operate in a symbolic sphere. This is to say that humans grow inside a world of language as well as the physical world. They are able to participate emotionally and physically from the very beginning. Feelings and emotions are a component of all human experience, acting as an inbuilt value system that allows the infants and adults to assess their experience, selecting interactions that promote aliveness and growth. This can be described as using your gut feeling, or instinct, or intuition. The types of feelings that arise for each person as they engage with others and the broader environment become characteristic for each individual. Over the last few decades, research has re-examined the role of feeling in mental life. A sense of aliveness is central to well-being and the development of mental life. All living organisms seek to explore the environment in order to find what they need to survive and thrive. This tendency has been called the seeking system and is part of an innate repertoire that for humans extends to the relational and symbolic aspects of life. This underpins the yearning for connection and the search for meaning that characterize human lives. It also means that a large part of mental life, in health, is oriented towards the future. A sense of meaning is not fixed or external to individuals, but is created through communication, relationships, and building skills. Reality is confirmed by the recognition and response of others in communicative exchange, that is, in a conversation. This is one reason why people seek help for mental disturbances. They have a need for regrounding their position through a safe and validating relationship. A sense of self can become disorganized through trauma, stress, or illness, and healing relationships are needed to restore the self. For a long time, play was seen as a matter for children. This view has changed in recent decades. Play takes two forms. Physical play is shared in common with other mammal species and is probably crucial to the development of a broad emotional range and a sense of agency and confidence in demanding physical activities. Another kind of play, characteristically human, is symbolic play, where the child, safe in the knowledge of having a secure base with a carer not too far away, will happily play with toys and other objects in the environment, often talking as he or she plays. The toys come to represent aspects of the child's imagination and have a symbolic rather than simply a literal value. This kind of play helps the child develop a strong sense of their inner world, which gives rise to the capacity for reflection and a sense of ownership of mental life. A sense of self is not fully present until these capacities have developed. Play is now seen as necessary for creative engagement throughout life. For these developments to occur, the infant depends upon a responsive environment where there is interactive play between infant and carer. This is a situation which generates a particular kind of pleasure that neither could gain alone. It is these relationships that help generate personality and social character. In situations of trauma, there can be a deficit in this type of relationship. That means that the individual doesn't have the opportunity to gain a sense of his or her own value and capacities in relation to others. Psychotherapy seeks to use this model of affective development, emotional development, to provide a containing and responsive relationship where the patient can be recognised, validated, and responded to. In doing this, the therapist will bring something new into the relationship, something from the therapist's self. This process of working with what is given by the patient and contributing something new is a strategy that actively promotes the growth of a healthy self. The person can then develop the ability to integrate difficult experiences into an overall affirming narrative and life experience. We seek to re-establish the zone of proximal development.
When you think about your own mental health and what really makes you mentally healthy, there are two big kind of individual psychological concepts or social concepts running. One is, I need to be in control of my own life. If you're not in control of your own life, people telling you what to do all the time, you have very little freedom, either individually or because you exist in a very rigid social system, then you don't tend to be very mentally healthy. People need to be able to make decisions about their own life. That's the concept of autonomy. Now, it's not actually the same as individuality. It's not actually it's just about me. So the other really interesting concept is one of actually connection. To be really mentally healthy, you need to be strongly socially connected. Real humans exist in real social groups, small world networks, to be highly connected, both with their parents, their children, their friends, their family, their workplace, the people they live close to, highly embedded. Humans are social animals that exist in small social groups and they thrive together. They die alone, they thrive together. So mental health depends on these two, often thought of as conflicting ideas of autonomy and connection. They're not actually conflicted. You need to be able to make decisions about yourself, but also be part of a social group. They're quite different to individuality, it's just about me, and what goes with that, which is disconnection. And both of those are associated with poor mental health. So good mental health, autonomous in societies that allow people, women, children, migrants, old people to thrive and not be discriminated against, but also encourage people to stay strongly connected in their communities, not just to care about myself and the person I'm directly related to, but the wider group of people I interact with every day.
Families and carers play a significant role in the lives of people who are experiencing mental health conditions. It's important to believe people can and do lead productive and fulfilling lives despite experiencing mental health issues. Carers and friends who have a genuine belief in the person's potential can be key in providing hope, connection, and commitment, and be their most important source of strength and support in their recovery. Recovery is best described as a way of living a satisfying, hopeful, and contributing life, even with the limitations caused by illness. I've been privileged in working with families and carers for a number of years. Hearing that someone you love has been diagnosed with a mental illness can be devastating. How can we maintain a positive attitude and increase resilience within ourselves and the person we support? Here are some tips for you as carers. Find and maintain hope. Take an I believe in you approach. Support the person to make realistic and achievable goals in their recovery and celebrate each milestone. Foster relationships and stay connected with family and friends. Enjoy pleasurable activities and don't be afraid to ask for supports if times get tough. How can I best support a family member or a friend who has a mental illness? Everyone goes through hard experiences at times, and we all need family and friends to support us. This is one of the most important factors that determines our quality of life. When illness is experienced, people require changeable levels of support from a caregiver. A carer is someone who has a close and ongoing relationship with the person who experiences mental health issues and provides support in addition to their usual relationships. For example, a husband may become a carer when his wife is unwell. When she recovers, he reverts back to lover, friend, and life partner to his wife. Here are some tips. Remember each person's identity and their strengths. Don't be defined by the labels of illness, carer, or consumer. For example, Johnny is an artist, attends university, likes to fish, is the second youngest in a family of 5, and happens to have schizophrenia. Jean is a wife, a mum, teacher, plays netball, loves to cook, sings in a band, and also steps in as a carer when Johnny is unwell. Carers often put themselves last, and it's not uncommon for the stress of the role to increase their risk of developing a physical or mental illness. Remember who is asked to put that oxygen mask on first on a plane when you have a young child on your knee. It's you. Only when you care for self can you effectively care for others. Introduce some strategies to care for yourself each and every day. This will increase your coping skills, and by modelling this to the person you support, will highlight their need to take care of themselves too. Support your loved one to seek professional help. This may include visiting a local doctor or some sessions with a psychologist, counsellor, or psychiatrist. Where possible, provide extra information on your observations on how the symptoms may be impacting upon their ability to function in their usual way. Get informed. Ask for written and verbal information of symptoms, treatment options, early warning signs, and recovery strategies, and look at reputable sites such as Beyond Blue, Sane Australia, and Black Dog Institute. Seek age-appropriate information if children are within the family. What is meant by reducing stressors and increasing protective factors? When stress is part of our lives, we put ourselves at risk of developing a physical or a mental illness and may become contagious with our stress. Stressors include overwork or lack of work, poor sleep, relationship difficulties, financial problems, poor diet, or substance misuse. We may not always be able to completely rid ourselves from stress, but actively reducing stress will have optimum benefits. Protective factors are those positive influences we implement to create our health and well-being. Here are some tips. Be a role model and reduce your own stressors. Be contagious with your calm to gift it to others. Take a breath to buy yourself time to respond rather than react. A breath is a break. Practice mindfulness or other relaxation techniques. And model healthy lifestyle. Work as a team to increase protective factors. Exercise, stay connected, find a hobby, and plan healthy meals. How do I step back and allow the person to take responsibility for self? Understandably, many families and carers are frightened and want to protect the person from experiencing another crisis in their lives. However, when fear and worry takes over, the reaction is more like a knee-jerk fix-it, which unintentionally undercuts a person's ability to help themselves. Mental illness often occurs in episodes, and for many people, symptoms come and go. So the level of care a person requires will vary from time to time. During periods of wellness, a person may be symptom-free and have only mild symptoms. They may be doing well at work or school and have positive family and social relationships and will not require additional supports. However, at times, this might change, and they may relapse and experience moderate to severe symptoms, which impact heavily on their ability to function. They may require a range of support options, including emotional support, practical support, and assistance from their treating team, or in more severe cases, hospitalisation. With the best of intentions, carers may do too much and inadvertently steal the person's capacity to function independently. Whenever possible, carers should encourage the person with a mental health condition to take responsibility for their recovery by taking the driver's seat, such as choosing their own activities, treatment options, and discussing these with professionals. A person with diabetes would be coached to take responsibility for their recovery by monitoring their blood sugars, regulating their diet, and exercise. Here are some tips. Acute mental illness invites families and carers to take charge. This may be essential in the short term, but can become unhelpful to the person in the long term. If you're scared to step back, practice those baby steps in handing back responsibility. This also shows you believe the person can do it. Help the person to develop a wellness plan or a recovery plan. This document can be developed in collaboration with the consumer, carers, and clinicians. The plan could outline strategies the individual can use to help him or her stay well, their triggers or early warning signs to seek help, and the preferred interventions if she or he starts to become unwell. Make multiple copies of that plan for all involved. Constantly remind the person of their qualities and strengths. How do we break down the stigma? Society can discriminate against people with mental illnesses, but sometimes we can also feel ashamed of ourselves. This is known as self-stigma. Here are some tips. Mental illness is no one's fault. Let go of the guilt, the blame, and shame. Acceptance of a major diagnosis takes courage and time, and you all may benefit from support or counselling. Acceptance of the diagnosis creates opportunity to normalise the illness, just as a physical illness affects the body, a mental illness affects the mind. What do I do when the person I support becomes highly distressed? For the past 5 years, I've worked with a psychiatrist, Dr. Anne-Marie Bickerton, to develop and deliver an intervention for families and carers called Staying Connected When Emotions Run High. We introduce frameworks and strategies to assist a carer when a person they support experiences relationship difficulties, demonstrates changing emotions, overwhelming feelings, and/or displays impulsive and destructive behaviours. This intervention showcases a film with 2 fictional characters demonstrating the 4 carer dances, which simplifies relationships as a dance. In 3 of the carer dances, Tutu Bossy, Tutu Busy, and Tutu Kind carer is contagious with her stress and pours fuel on the fire. In the 4th dance, she uses a good enough carer approach using the 5 key relationship strategies to pour water on the fire. Here are some tips. Care for self to care for others. Be contagious with your calm. Draw your line in the sand, boundary setting, and listen without fixing. Develop a safety plan in time of calm, like a fire drill, to promote safety when distress or risk escalates. Sometimes when a person has lost touch with reality, is severely distressed, or is under the influence of drugs or alcohol, they may be at risk of hurting themselves or others. If you believe that anyone's safety is at risk, please call emergency services as an act of love. Caring for someone with a mental illness can at times be challenging. However, with armed with knowledge and appropriate supports, the relationship has potential to grow and strengthen in new ways. Here are some tips. Recognizing the behaviours are often associated with the symptoms. Learning to separate the person from the illness can be a helpful way to keep the relationship strong. Accept the diagnosis, recognise early warning signs, and identify best treatment options. Keep connected and seek relevant professional and social supports. Keep hope alive, and if your hope meter gets low, help is available for you and the person you support.
I would like to say good morning to all. What am I? Midigar Goram Barak. Hello friends, it's good to see you. My name's Greg Sims. Everyone knows me as Uncle Greg. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge my Durrock land. I would like to acknowledge elders, past and present. We don't own the land owns us. We come from Mother Earth. We are the land. And here I am today at Sydney University giving a talk for the psychiatry unit. But just before I do, I would like to say that when we take our next step, Just remember the ones that walked this sacred land before. This is Daruk lands, the land of ancestors. Their spirits still walk among us. Spirits that have been here since the dream time. Our language and our culture has been passed down from generation to generation to continue an unbroken culture that has extended for thousands of years. In the language of our people, we welcome you to the Daruk lands. Thank you and have a great day.
Can you tell us about your people and the country that you come from?
My country is the Gadigal tribe of the Daruk, which is based here in Sydney, and because we belong to the Whale people. The other nation I belong to is the Gundungurra nation in the Blue Mountains on my grandmother's side, on my dad's side. We are the water dragon lizard people. On the south coast, my mum's side, we're the Yuin people around Tilba, the Black Duck mob, and north of Tilba, around Bateman's Bay, Ulladulla, inland of Bradford, we are the Buttawong people, the beach plover.
So that's four different clans.
Yeah. Grandmother and great-grandmother on the south coast.
Yeah. So how does your being connected with your clan and with your country, how does that help, with a sense of well-being?
It is being educated at a very young age by our elders. They're our teachers and mentors. They're the ones that set us down and talk to us about who we are and where we are connected, so we don't get into trouble, and the foods what we can eat and what we can't eat, and respect for different things in the bush, what we can't, and where they taught us a lot about conservation. That was one of the main things, is conservation, not taking too much berries off the tree, not taking too much mud cockles out of the salt water and all that sort of stuff. And that's what the people taught us, and then we become people that shares, could be the story, or share food with others, because we're not greedy people, because we were taught about conservation when we were very young people.
Okay, so what happens when the family connections and ties and the connection to the land, when that gets disrupted, what happens then?
And if I'm away from country too long, I've got to come back. And I've come across people, they've been very sick. They've been very ill because they said, I would say to them, they'd say to me, I've been crook. And you see them a couple of months later, here they are, they still got this bad cold, whatever it is. I can't shake it off. I'm still sick, and it's annoying. I can't do nothing. I've been taking all this medication and all that, been to the doctors, and it's not fixing me. I said, the thing is, in your case, for you to be healed, you have to go home to your country, take off your shoes, walk on Mother Earth, and feel earth under your feet, so you can regenerate your soul. And just walk down to the cemetery and talk, and say, I'm home, and just walk around talking, I'm home and I'm here for a little while. I thought I'd come and say hello, and the spirits of our ancestors, they can hear that, and when it's time for you to return back, maybe come back to Sydney, then you're sort of, your soul's been regenerated. And you feel so good inside, and you say, how are you going? I feel real good. That cold that's gone now. I feel real good, because they've gone back to country.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about in Aboriginal culture, is returning the country to heal.
And are there many people around who aren't quite sure where their country is these days?
No, well, there's a lot of people like that, and I'm one of those people that would try and work in with these people and help them to find their mob, and I found a lot of people's people, they've gone to these professionals and asked them about, could you help me to find my people, and they couldn't do that. And when they spoke to me about it, I spent a bit of time with them, because you get people say, just like a specialist, they tell you so much. Then they want you to come back, because they want you to come back again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when I sit down with people, I sort of I make sure I fill the gaps You know, there's all these gaps, you know, all these holes, and I fill them in, you know, as we go along talking. And I help these people. I found a lot of people's families.
And what's the effect on that person when they fill in all the gaps and when they discover their own people?
Well, they feel much better, but there's still a long journey too after that, you know. They need someone to take them on the journey, learning and healing, because they're still healing at the same time, you know. You're going through a healing process as well, you know, when you're trying to find your mob.
Yeah.
And once all this is all put in place, it's not going to happen overnight. It's got to be like that for years to come, you know. It's something that you got to connect up with and show respect.
So what do you think the non-Aboriginal people could learn from Aboriginal Australians about how to live life or well-being?
When we come into a circle, that's what circle's all about, is sharing our stories. Because we're not going to learn anything by sitting at home. And if we all come to that circle, we come from different parts of the world, come to that circle and share our values and stories. And then we're starting to learn from each other, because we will never have knowledge if we don't do this.
Now, when people develop mental health problems, the big impact is actually on their social and economic participation, dropping out of school, dropping out of employment, not being able to be an effective part of a community on an ongoing basis. So the big disability costs associated with mental health problems in young people and associated with ageing are the extent to which people drop out of school, employments, their families. So when you're really well, you're a big participator. You're in there, you're employed, you're active, you're a big member of your community, productive member of your family. If you develop mental health problems, you tend to progressively fall out of that and have the costs associated with it. So whenever we talk about mental health, we'll talk about anxiety, we'll talk about depression, we'll talk about symptoms, we'll talk about odd experiences. But really, at the end of the day, can you live a productive life, or does the development of mental health problems interfere with living that productive life? A very important concept to emerge in mental health some years ago, courtesy of the British, was a concept of mental wealth, the mental wealth of a nation. You know, a country's really wealthy economically, socially, and in fact, in terms of these days, security and its functioning, when it has high mental wealth, when the members of that community are operating at their best in terms of their cognitive function, their everyday behaviour. Now, like all economic concepts, you then think, well, how do you build mental wealth? How is it over the course of one's life that one builds the highest degree of mental wealth that you could? Or another term, mental capital. Truth is, it takes a very long time, like -9 months to about 22 years, to build for each individual their best intellectual, cognitive, emotional, behavioural capacity. Then you've got to maintain that from 22 years right through ageing, certainly into your 70s and 80s, to maintain your mental wealth and contribute and return to society the investment that they've made to you through health and education from -9 months to 22 years. This is a big economic social concept, and one that's driving a lot of investment worldwide now and a lot of interest in governments. You know, particularly for developed countries, where we no longer manufacture things and we no longer talk about simply the workforce as something that goes and produces something, being smarter in our heads and having the best actual cognitive and behavioural capacities to be very productive over a very long life is a big economic concept, and one that we are importing very much into our health and education systems. So it becomes the mental wealth of a nation, not just its mental health.
There's no such thing as a good illness. All illnesses are uncomfortable and they cause distress for families as well as for the people who are sick. But mental illness is just a little bit different. It's a bully. It's a big bully. First, it isolates young people by whispering them away from their friends. Then school and work, and finally even hobbies, sport, anything that was once fun. It wants you at home, alone, in your room, with your covers over your head or your nose in the computer. But mental illness is not done with that. It bullies families, takes away dreams, hopes, the aspirations that they once had for that son or that daughter. It teaches them to despair. Finally, it affects the very institutions that are supposed to support and protect young people, the family unit, education, even health professionals. And it makes everyone feel like just giving up. Recovery in mental illness means finding ways to build wraparound care and connections so that we can revitalize these systems and bring these young people back into their families, back into education, and back into their communities so that they can move forward in their lives, and that we as a community don't miss out on what they have to offer to the world that we live in. Despite the significant burden of mental illness, it's very hard for people to access the range of medical and psychosocial interventions that have been demonstrated to promote recovery and reduce this social disability. The YES project is a PhD study with the University of Sydney. It's designed to show young people, their families, and schools that there is a way to deal with this silent bully. By building a wraparound model of care that includes and protects social networks and structures, illness progression can be pushed out. Young people can recover, they can stay engaged with their communities, they can complete their education, they can move forward in their lives. When you have a mental illness, it doesn't have to be your life. It can be managed if young people are given an opportunity and an environment to not only learn these skills, but be somewhere where they can practice them. That way, mental illness doesn't manage them. We used a three-prong attack: medication to stabilize the condition, psychoeducation about the mental illness itself, and then an environment in which to practice these strategies so that self-management just became a habit and the young person didn't have to think about it anymore. To do this, they had to understand the mechanics of their illness. How did their illness affect them? What were their symptoms? How could they manage these symptoms? In effect, we wanted to teach the young person how to become their own early intervention team. So, what did we do? Well, around 133 young people were randomized into two groups. There was a social participation group, which included Anxious Art and eHealth Lounge, and a physical well-being group, which consisted of tennis and cardio boxing. All participants got to participate in all of the activities, but they didn't get to pick the order in which they did the activities. So the idea was that young people went to school in the morning because in this way we could manage their sleep-wake cycle. They got up, they got dressed, they had a place to go. And then in the afternoon, they would come to us at the clinic and participate in this research. So the programs themselves are dynamic. They're not about talking, they're about doing. Anxious Art was held at the National Art School in Darlinghurst, where we had a big, beautiful studio to work in. The classes themselves were run by a well-known and respected artist, Linda Bowen, and they were real classes. So they're not special classes for these kids. They were the same art classes as everybody else did at the National Art School. We talked about philosophy, we talked about politics, we talked about modern art, and they were exposed to all of these ideas and what these ideas looked like. Well, they had an academic framework around them, and like I said, the students were treated like other students at the college. The idea was not how to become an artist. This was about putting young people in an environment that they did not know, that they weren't familiar with, and making them work in a medium that they didn't understand and they probably didn't even like. And in this way, we could teach them illness management, positive social skills, how to listen, and how to work with criticism. How to use shared spaces and challenge the idea, importantly for many of these students, that there is a world outside of the school system and they can in fact be part of it. And importantly, we wanted to see is once they learned these skills, could they keep these skills and then transfer them to that high school system? The same is true for tennis and cardio boxing. This is not about training to become an athlete. It's about showing young people the role of exercise in general health and its impact on the sleep-wake cycle. Again, it targets pro-social skills. It teaches muscle memory and sequential thinking and improves spatial abilities. Many of them, for the very first time, had to learn to anticipate where things were in space, like a tennis ball, and then be able to hit it. About halfway through the group session, we would take a break. Now, the kids called this the teacup talks because we would set up a tablecloth, we'd drink real tea out of real cups, have biscuits, and we'd talk about different mental health topics. The most important part of these talks, I think, was that it included families. So this presented an opportunity for young people and for families to develop an understanding of the role of lifestyle in managing mental illness, as well as discussing some of the latest research in mental illness. So the topics that we dealt with included goal setting, the sleep-wake cycle, what is it, how does it work, what role does it play in your mood, seasonal adjustments, how does that affect your sleep, the role of routine and structure, medications, diet, exercise, as well as brain training. Now, this is actually called cognitive remediation, and a lot of young people who suffer from mental illness, they have a lot of difficulties with concentration, with focus, with recalling information, and so that makes school really, really difficult for them. And these games that you play actually target those areas of your brain and strengthen those areas. We spent a lot of time learning and using those games. We looked at the research on MRI scanning, which the kids are completely fascinated by, and depression and metabolic abnormalities. What are they? How do you get them? How can you fix them? And how can you improve your overall health so that you enjoy health for the rest of your life? The talks were very, very popular by not only the families that attended, but also often by the schools that attended as well. They lasted for about a half an hour, and one of the things that we tried to do with all the young people that we worked with was give them an e-health toolbox, which was what they had on their mobile phone. Now, this was supported by different mental health apps. Some of them were to manage distress, some of them were to teach them about their sleep and to monitor their sleep. So there's a variety of different apps that we used. And the idea was that if you were in a situation or in an environment where you felt like you weren't coping or you felt like your illness was running up over the top of you, the coping strategy was to go to your phone. If you used these apps, which are in themselves educational, that was just money for jam. So, and this was a very, very popular resource to give to young people because it's anonymous, it's private, it gives them something to do. They're on their phone and so they're busy, and that in itself is a very sort of soothing thing to be able to do in a variety of different social settings, including school. Now, the companion piece to the eHealth toolbox was wherever it was possible, we actually encouraged families to get the young person a dog. Now, dog walking is a fantastically social thing, and it also includes exercise and being outside. And in this way, we could teach young people how to regulate their brain clocks. So and we're trying to encourage social participation, and of course, having to take your dog out to walk in your local neighborhood does exactly that. So what is really nice to show in a study about preserving social function, and how did you make this impact? Well, at the beginning of the study, on average, participants were spending 10 days out of every month in bed, and they were unable to carry out their usual activities for 16 days of that month. 56% of the cohort rarely attended school at all, and the rest had a very, very patchy attendance. For those who completed both arms of the program, by the end of the year, the average participant had 12 days of reduced activity due to illness. 1 year later, this had reduced to 6 days, which indicates that they had kept some of the practices that they had learned in the study. They had gone forward in their lives, and they were more engaged with their communities. Importantly, they were spending less time in bed. At the end of the program, they were spending 5 days out of the month in bed, and a year later, only 3. So this is a significant improvement of where they were. If you're looking in terms of social engagement, in lifting that social function, this is a significant improvement in how young people are dealing with their lives. At the end of the study, 80% of the participants had completed their HSC, they had their year 12, they had an ATAR, and they were going to university or they were going to TAFE. This is a wonderful, unexpected result, and one that makes a huge impact, not only for these young people, but also for their families. And, again, for you and I, for the community that we live in. These young people are now contributing to our society. This is Anxious Art. And the students are at work in our studio. They're preparing to work with a semi-clad model, which is a really nice way of saying somebody who doesn't have very many clothes on. As one of the students said to me afterwards, Jeannie, do you know how hard it is to study someone when you have anxiety, to really look at them? So you can see that there's very challenging exercises for young people with a mental illness, even though in terms of art, it's quite a simple, straightforward project. For those young people that completed the research project, they all said, much like this young person did, that they learned how to see outside of their own heads. That just because they thought it didn't necessarily mean that it was true. That mental illness was a force and it could be managed. It was not the only source of information, and they could look past it and they could see it in context. Like one of my colleagues said to me the other day, Jeannie, you make this sound like magic, but actually it's science.
Throughout history, there have been many strong voices that have spoken about mental health. Some of these voices belong to people who worked for the mental health system. Louder and sometimes uninformed voices spoke through the media. People who actually experience mental health issues have traditionally had no voice. Then things began to change. People who had been diagnosed mentally ill began to come together and form their own communities and build a combined voice that would demand to be heard. Consumer communities fight for a fairer society that embraces and celebrates the diversity of human experiences, including the eccentricities that we associate with mental illness. Consumer communities feel that it is not them who is sick, but society who is sick. They say that society erects barriers that prevent them from living, contributing, and fulfilling lives, and this has to change. Consumer communities fight against human experiences being categorized and medicalized. You will hear them use different language to describe their experiences. They describe themselves as experiencing extreme states of consciousness, or as having the gift of emotional sensitivity. Consumer communities also strive to open the eyes of the wider community to the marginalisation and disempowerment of people who have been labelled mentally ill. They want the public to know what it's like in a psychiatric hospital, how it feels to be treated against your will, and what it is like to be stigmatised. Consumer communities seize the slurs that are used against them, like mad, nutter, and psycho, and reclaim them to be used with pride. Consumer communities have taken inspiration from other groups who have been marginalised by society. Groups who have successfully fought stigma and oppression, such as the Black Pride and Gay Pride movements. In 1993, consumers in Toronto, Canada, organised a Mad Pride March to protest against their treatment in all aspects of their lives. Now, Mad Pride events are held around the world in the month of July. including in Australia. These days, Mad Pride events are much more than a protest march. They are a month-long celebration of mad culture, the music, poetry, and art created by mad people. A popular feature of the celebration is the bed push, when people lying in hospital beds are pushed through the streets to highlight the use of force in psychiatric hospitals. In 2005, a new voice hit FM radio, Madness Radio. Since then, Madness Radio has played an important role in furthering the goals of consumer communities, challenging misconceptions about mental illness and the society that creates them. Madness Radio presents interviews and lectures that educate, illuminate, and celebrate madness. What started as a 1-hour broadcast produced in the US is now played on FM radio stations around the world and is a much-loved podcast. Around the same time, Australia formed its own consumer community called Our Consumer Place. Our Consumer Place is run by consumers for consumers. It is a space where diverse consumer perspectives are shared and respected. Our Consumer Place highlights the historical struggle of people who are labelled mentally ill. Instead of sensationalising mental health issues, members share stories that show the strength and bravery of people who live with extreme distress, so as to strengthen consumers and change the world. Our Consumer Place uses humour to challenge the mental health system and stigma. Community members have developed a wickedly funny dictionary that redefines words, labels, and phrases that are commonly used by mental health practitioners, and take the sting out of the tail of words that have previously harmed them. Our Consumer Place strengthens the consumer community by offering guidance to people who live with mental distress. This includes advice on how to share their stories, challenge stigma, become involved in committees, start consumer groups, and provide meaningful emotional support to each other. One consumer group has caused significant controversy in the wider community. They are known as the Icarus Project. This community links itself to the mythical figure of Icarus, who is given the gift of flight, but flies too close to the sun and crashes to his death. The members of this community say that their emotional sensitivity, insight, and creativity are not an illness. Instead, they see these as dangerous gifts that allow them to fly, but also put them at peril. They believe that the gift of mental illness should be cultivated and honoured, not eradicated with medication. It is a very different message, and it has not always been welcomed. The New York Times has described the Icarus Project as a resource for those who do not want to get better. If you visit the Icarus Project's website, you will see that this community is very much focused on getting better. Members post artworks, poetry, prose, and other creative work that explores their experiences of mental distress. They say that this brings healing and balance to their lives and enables them to use their gifts to change the world. I have only mentioned a few consumer communities. There are many more, particularly at the local level, and they are all having a huge impact on their members and on society. Real changes are happening. Communities like the Mad Pride movement, Madness Radio, Our Consumer Place, and the Icarus Project show that people diagnosed as mentally ill are actually strong and insightful. They show that when mad people join together, we are a force to be reckoned with.
So what is good work? Many countries now have realised that it is not just the task that work is good for you, but rather that good or sustainable work is good for you. And there are several definitions of this. So one of the definitions that we're using here in Australia is that good work balances the interests of the individuals, the employers and society in order to deliver performance, engagement and fairness, so that individuals are productive in a sustainable way and can remain in employment in a healthy way over time. And people talk about job quality, and one of the key issues is around whether employees have what's called autonomy, which is the idea that you have some degree of control over your work or some degree of control over how you do your tasks at work. There are of course some jobs that actually real difficulty doing that, and the challenge in job design is to actually improve those. That can be done by the conditions of the employment, so whether they're full-time, you're part-time, or even choice about working hours can improve that part of job quality, as well as the actual nature of the working environment itself. The reason why good job quality is important is that we've now seen over the past few years some reasonably good evidence to show that actually poor quality jobs are associated with a reduction in well-being and a reduction in mental health. And in fact, although we know very, very strongly, and we've seen again and again and again, that being unemployed is much worse for your mental health and well-being than being employed, if you move from unemployment into a very low quality job, your mental health actually gets worse. Whereas if you move from unemployment into good quality jobs or even moderately good quality of jobs, your mental health and well-being improves. I've been working at the interface of work and mental ill health for about 20 years now. And one of the key distinctions is understanding some of the differences between those people with serious mental illness, those people with more common mental illnesses like anxiety and depression, and the now more recent focus on well-being, positive psychology and meaning in life. Focusing on those people who have more serious mental illnesses, we see very low rates of working and occupation in those groups. In some countries, it's almost as low as 1 in 10 people with disorders like schizophrenia working in those populations in countries like America or Australia. In other countries, they have much higher rates of working, up to 30 or 40%. What that tells us is that it's not just about the illness itself that leads to poor rates of working, but the psychosocial environment, the structure, the system can actually enable people to work, and there are positive aspects we need to look at around there. One other thing we need to look at is around disability itself, and it's a terrible thing that in most countries in the world, those people with a mental health disability are far less likely to work than those people with a physical health disability, and that is true in most countries. Amongst those people with common mental disorders, like I said, things like depression and anxiety, again, there were lower rates of employment compared to people who do not have those disorders. However, again, in most countries, most people with those kind of disorders are actually working, so there obviously must be a range of things that can enable people who have those conditions to remain at work and get all the good benefits of good work. Finally, from a governmental point of view, we have the idea that increasingly we see more and more of the causes of people receiving income benefits, disability support pensions being due to mental illness, and that has been on the rise in most countries in the OECD. It's begun to plateau off now, but around 30 to 40% of people who have receipt of an income benefit is because of mental ill health problems. So that is an enormous cause of economic issues. So people are increasingly focused now on the mental wealth and mental capital of people with mental health disorders and how we can improve those and also become more resilient and cope with the stresses of work. So what about the reasons for those low rates? Why are people excluded from the workplace in such a way? Well, firstly, there's a set of common risk factors for both not working or working at lower levels and mental ill health problems. So people with lower levels of education, lower socioeconomic standing, and a range of other psychosocial factors are more likely to have mental health problems. And of course, those things also lead to a greater likelihood of not working. Then there's two interesting discourses in the field in mental illness and in public health, one of which is around stigma and discrimination. And some of my earliest work has been showing that people with mental ill health are discriminated against in the workplace. They're less likely to get a job. If they do have a job, then they are more likely to be laid off or retrenched when they have a job. And increasingly, as we see greater what's called precarious work with short-term contracts, less long-term contracts, less benefits, less job security, people with mental health problems are more likely to be in those groups and thus be laid off. So there is that stigma and discrimination, and many countries have introduced disability discrimination legislation to try and get across that. The other side of the coin is that actually mental illnesses themselves are associated with a degree of impairment. So many of the more severe illnesses are associated with not thinking as well, not thinking as clearly, taking more time to make decisions, motivational difficulties, and difficulties in interpersonal relationships, all of which are really important in today's workplace. Which brings me on to the other idea, that the workplace is changing. We've moved from a kind of agrarian into more industrialised society, and now into jobs that require a set of different skills. We have skills that require technological intervention, that require quick thinking, that require a lot more, some people call emotional intelligence. It's about relationships. It's about managing other people. And many of those skills can place great demands on people with mental health problems at times, particularly when they're unwell.
The doctors told me that I had major depression. In some ways, this came as a comfort. I now had a name for my sadness. It was a clinical term that took away any blame I might feel about being so damaged. I assumed that if my sadness was a biological problem, it should be pretty simple to find the medication that provides a biological solution. A few months later, I was coming off my third medication so that I could take a shot at a fourth. On no medication, I felt myself for the first time in a very long time. I was positive, energetic, creative, and confident again. It seemed that I did not need antidepressants after all. My psychiatrist had a name for this wonderful happiness: mania. And he re-diagnosed me with bipolar disorder. This is good, he told me. Now that we know what the problem is, we can give you the right medication. Being diagnosed with bipolar disorder completely changed the way I saw myself. I'd been given a new name for my sadness, but I had also been given a name for my happiness. I found out that the whole time I had been concealing a secret weapon, mania, my own personal performance-enhancing drug. The person who I identified as the real me, that was bright, bubbly, sharp-witted and expressive, was actually a sickness. I was able to work like a crazy person because I was a crazy person. Most of my achievements were only possible because I was manic. And the only things that people liked about me were actually symptoms of mania. But the impact of this diagnosis was more than that. The cause of my distress had changed. Before I was diagnosed, I thought a lot about why I struggled to cope. There seemed to be obvious causes. My brother had cancer when I was young, and I still struggled day to day with memories of his illness. My distress was intensified by the discipline I received at home. I spent a lot of time reflecting on how my past was affecting my present, because I felt that understanding was the key to easing my sadness. But now I was told that my distress was not caused by my past. It was embedded in my genes. It was caused by chemical imbalances in my body. No amount of personal reflection was going to change that. I completely lost hope. I started to educate myself about this sickness that I had. I became particularly fond of the list of symptoms on the Black Dog Institute's site and would read the list of symptoms of bipolar disorder over and over again. As I looked at each symptom, I would think, that's me, and that's me. It's all me. Before long, that list of symptoms became my identity in its entirety. It was as if all other parts of me disappeared. All parts of me were broken, and the meds weren't working. They had taken away my happy moods, but not my sadness. My meds really knocked me around too. I had a tremor. I felt like a zombie. I'd put on a lot of weight, and I struggled to follow conversations. I didn't have the relief of my happy moods anymore, so my social anxiety raged out of control. Once I was a creative and engaging teacher, but now I had no passion for my job, and it was a struggle to come up with teaching strategies at all. Unlike before, I didn't fight my sadness. What was the point? I was sick, and I was always going to be sick. When my mood began to drop, I would give up immediately and sit down, drowning in my own distress. This meant intensive care units and mental health units. None of this happened during the first 15 years of my suffering. During my last hospital admission, my partner and my parents told me something revolutionary. They said, you don't have to be a teacher. I thought about the way that teaching intensified my distress, and I took a very important step in my recovery journey. I quit my job and thought about other passions. I thought I could help other people who have a mental illness, and I enrolled in an online course to get a certificate in mental health. During this time, I worked closely with a wonderful psychiatrist to find medications that worked without giving me bad side effects or robbing me of my personality. He didn't tell me what to do. He provided me with information and journal articles so that I was informed and could work with him to make the best choices for me. He never gave up, despite the fact that I was having a bad reaction to most of the medications that we tried. It was like a collaboration, and I completely trusted him. The whole bumpy journey was worth it. We eventually found a combination of medications that really helped.
Anxiety disorders are the most common of all the psychiatric disorders, and so it is imperative that we know what anxiety disorders are, how they might arise, and how we can treat them. My name is Vlasios Brakoulias, and I'm a psychiatrist that treats patients with anxiety and obsessive-compulsive disorders. There's often a lot of misunderstanding surrounding anxiety disorders, and so providing education to my patients and the general public can be very rewarding. Contrary to popular belief, anxiety disorders can be quickly and effectively treated, and so we're able to provide a lot of hope to our patients. The first point is that anxiety disorders occur on a spectrum from normal to abnormal, or what we call pathological. This is the Yerkes-Dodson curve that shows the distribution of levels of anxiety in our community, from very high levels to very low levels. Anxiety can even have positive effects, such as making us more prepared to face adverse events, being more cautious, protective, being better workers, and being better achievers. We draw a line where abnormal is based on a person's ability to work and to live a happy life. The aim of treatment is to cross this arbitrary line so that our patients live more normal lives and use the positive effects of their anxiety to their benefit. For those of you that were frightened by this animal, you have just experienced the fight or flight response. We have all experienced the fight or flight response at some times in our lives. But for those with anxiety disorders, this faulty alarm signal goes off without any obvious threat. Consider this list of symptoms. These symptoms occur in the fight or flight response and in states of anxiety. They are useful if we need to escape from a dangerous situation, but they are disabling if they occur for a prolonged duration at times when there is no real threat. So how common are anxiety disorders? This shows you that anxiety disorders are thought to occur in 10 to 20% of the population. It also shows you the prevalence of the different types of anxiety disorders. So what are the different types of anxiety disorders? A common and relatively easily treated anxiety disorder is panic disorder. Panic disorder occurs when anxiety symptoms arise quickly and out of the blue. They always go away, but they are very frightening, and sufferers fear that they will last forever or that they are going to have a stroke or a heart attack. Sometimes people with panic disorder avoid crowded spaces and areas such as shopping centres, and we call this avoidance agoraphobia. Another very common anxiety disorder is generalised anxiety disorder. This is the worrying disorder, where people worry excessively about all sorts of normal everyday things. We can all worry about our husbands or wives coming home from work on time, or whether we will be able to pay a bill on time. But this worry is so excessive that it cannot be stopped, and it's associated with symptoms like tension, poor sleep, and poor concentration. Social phobia can be a devastating disorder with dramatic implications on a person's ability to socialise, form friendships and work. Social phobia occurs when someone is excessively focused on how they might be perceived by others in social situations, and it leads to avoidance of social situations or situations where they might be judged by others. For example, having to speak in front of class or in front of a group of people. There are a whole range of specific phobias. People not only fear spiders, birds, snakes, blood, heights, needles, etc., but their fear is so excessive that they become overly distressed and they avoid lots of different things. And they avoid to the extent that it becomes a real hassle for their lives, in that they can't function very well at work or in their households. And finally, obsessive compulsive disorder, or OCD. OCD is a very disabling and distressing disorder with a whole range of obsessions and compulsions. And these can include fears of contamination and excessive hand washing, excessive doubts and checking, a need to have everything symmetrical or exact, and intrusive and distressing thoughts or images that are unacceptable or disgusting. Although we don't know the exact cause for anxiety disorders, and we think that there are probably many different causes, we do have very effective treatments. There are many simple strategies for managing anxiety on your own, and these include relaxation techniques and exercise, with more information being available on the links and in the course videos. The main treatment for anxiety disorders that is offered by health professionals is cognitive behavioural therapy, or CBT, and selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, which are a specific type of antidepressant medication. These are both quite effective for anxiety disorders. So I'm here with Marnie, who's a research psychologist who works with anxiety disorders and who will tell us a little bit more about cognitive behavioural therapy, or CBT. So Marnie, can you tell us what is cognitive behavioural therapy?
Cognitive behavioural therapy is a talking therapy where we enable clients to understand their thoughts and behaviours, and then we teach them to handle these thoughts and behaviours that are causing anxiety, to bring them back to a healthier state of mind.
Mm-hmm. So it's not the situation that leads to someone to be anxious, it's actually the way someone reacts to the situation. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The other common problem in anxiety disorders is avoidance, where people avoid things that they think will cause them to be anxious. How do you treat avoidance?
Well, yes, avoidance is a very common problem, and we treat avoidance in therapy by using exposure tasks. So we ask the client what they would like to do and why they are afraid to do it, and then we start with addressing their most least provoking thought, and then slowly work up to the most provoking task that would cause them anxiety. For instance, if someone is afraid to speak in front of a group of people, how we address that is try and get the person to rehearse in front of a mirror, and then perhaps in front of a close friend, in front of their therapist, maybe rehearse in front of 2 people before they actually get around to addressing the anxiety with speaking in front of a group of people.
Yeah. So you're saying that they eventually build up confidence by practicing,
yes,
and building up, their courage.
Their courage, yes, you're
That's
right.
great. So when should we consider using medication for anxiety disorders? We should consider medication when psychological treatment has failed or is seen as too difficult. We might also consider medication when we don't have access to a psychologist, can't afford therapy, or when there are long waiting times. Sometimes we just think that taking a pill would be easier and cheaper, but the trick is that you have to take your medication regularly for it to be effective. Currently, the most widely used medication for anxiety disorders are selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs. They are a type of antidepressant. When used over several weeks, most people begin to feel less anxious. They need to be taken every day and are usually taken for about a year to ensure that the patient is fully recovered. There can be some side effects such as nausea and dizziness when these medications are started, and this can be quite anxiety-provoking for people with anxiety disorders. But not everyone will experience these side effects, and they usually don't last longer than 1 week. For anxiety disorders, the quickest relief comes from medications called benzodiazepines. These are medications like diazepam, also called Valium, or alprazolam. These give quick relief, but are like painkillers in that you have to keep taking them to stay well, and they're not usually recommended for long-term use. You're bound to know someone with an anxiety disorder, so please let them know that their anxiety can be treated and that help is available. People suffering from anxiety disorders can get help from their local doctor or by contacting a specialised anxiety disorders clinic in their area. As you can see, anxiety disorders are common. There are several different types of anxiety disorders, and they can be effectively treated with both psychological treatments and medication.
Depression is a normal human emotion. We can all feel sad and depressed following an unfortunate event such as the loss of a loved one, the breakup of a relationship, or even when we experience some disappointment in our life. Generally, when this happens, we will be unhappy for a time, but then our mood improves and it passes. For some people, depression is more than that. It is a key symptom of a disabling but treatable clinical disorder, clinical depression, or to use the technical name, major depression. Clinical depression differs from normal depression in a number of ways. The low mood will last for much of the day, every day, and will persist for more than 2 weeks. It is accompanied by other symptoms such as sleep and appetite disturbances, and it causes significant impairment. Around 1 in 7 or 15% of Australians will experience a clinical depression in their lifetime. It occurs more commonly in women than men. Over a year, about 5% of women and 3% of men will have an episode of clinical depression. It is more common in young adults, although it can affect people of any age. While many may think of depression as a minor problem, it is in fact a major cause of disability worldwide, as it is often a chronic and recurring illness. When people are depressed, their work or school performance deteriorates, they often take sick leave, and if they can manage to work, they do not function as well as normally. Clinical depression is a major contributor to what is called disease burden worldwide. Disease burden is a statistic that calculates the impact of a disease on society, that takes into account the disability linked to the disease, that is, the time spent being unwell and not being able to fully function. The important thing about clinical depression is that it is an eminently treatable condition, provided help is sought. When people suffer from clinical depression, they often have a low mood or feel miserable, but that is not always the case. They may describe feeling empty or detached or just not wanting to do anything. A key feature is the inability to look forward to or enjoy activities that would normally be enjoyed. Doing something enjoyable can sometimes lift the mood and be a distraction from the unhappiness, but it doesn't last. As a result, people with depression often avoid doing things that would be enjoyable and, more importantly, withdraw from friends and company, which in turn makes things worse. Self-esteem falls. A depressed person begins to feel worthless, having a negative view of the self characterized by thoughts like, I can't do anything right, I'm no good. And a negative view of the world, nobody likes me. And hopeless, a pessimistic view of the future, nothing will ever change, nothing will help. If the depression is particularly severe, they may feel that they've done something wrong, and sometimes feel guilty, as if they've done something terribly wrong. Some people can start to feel that life is not worth living, and think about their life ending or dying. It'd be so much easier if I weren't here. These feelings can escalate to troubling suicidal thoughts that can take over thinking, and if the depression is particularly severe, lead to making plans to kill themselves. When suicidal thoughts are present, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll be carried out, but it is a clear sign that help is urgently needed. Sleep disturbance is very common in depression, with either a difficulty getting off to sleep at night, or waking up frequently during the night and taking a while to get back to sleep, or waking up very early in the morning feeling unrefreshed from sleep and unable to get back to sleep. Appetite can also change, often with a loss of appetite, with food seeming to be tasteless, or for some, an increase in appetite with a craving for comfort foods. Energy level falls, and depressed individuals feel tired, lethargic, heavy, and unmotivated. They can feel slowed down with sluggish thoughts and difficulty with concentration, which can be a major problem in the workplace or at school. Some, though, can feel agitated and restless and unable to sit still. They may also report a number of mild physical symptoms or experience a lot of pain. There's no one single cause for depression. It often arises following a stressful event as the result of a combination of psychological, social, genetic, and biological factors. This is what we call a biopsychosocial and lifestyle model. We know there's a genetic component to depression as it runs in families. It is likely that a number of genes are involved, but no specific genes have been identified as yet. What we can say is that some individuals have a genetic vulnerability to becoming depressed following a stressful event. In the more biological types of depression, there are changes to neurotransmitters or chemical messages in the brain, such as serotonin. There are also changes in the body stress system that can cause changes in brain functioning. Some people have disturbances of their body clock or circadian system, such that when they're depressed, their internal clock is out of sync with the outside world. Some people are vulnerable to becoming depressed after a major stress because they have a poor social network, or in a dysfunctional relationship, especially if there's domestic violence, or don't have anyone to confide in. Being unemployed or experience social disadvantage also puts people at risk of becoming depressed. Lifestyle factors such as poor diet, lack of exercise, smoking, drinking to excess or using illicit drugs can also contribute to an individual's becoming depressed. Finally, we know that certain personalities such as having a low self-esteem, being overly sensitive or overly anxious are more at risk of becoming depressed. Serious mental illness, the ongoing worry and stress associated with having a long-term illness can take its toll and lead to depression. Some medical illnesses such as flu or thyroid disease can also directly trigger depression. The first step towards getting effective help is to see a doctor or mental health professional. The doctor will do a mental health assessment and may refer you to a psychiatrist or psychologist for more detailed assessment. There are a range of effective treatments available for depression, including psychological treatment, medication, and lifestyle changes such as physical exercise. Treatments need to be tailored to the individual depending on the type and severity of the depression and an understanding of the reasons behind the person becoming depressed. Changes to lifestyle, increasing exercise, improving the diet, quitting smoking or alcohol are often a first-line strategy to help with depression. For people with mild to moderate depression, psychological therapy with a psychologist or psychiatrist is generally the first line of treatment. The most common of these therapies is cognitive behavior therapy, or CBT. This works by modifying the characteristic negative thinking patterns of the depressed person and making them more realistic, and also providing behavioural strategies to overcome the lack of motivation and encourage the person to engage in activities that will improve the mood. Other therapies, such as interpersonal therapy or IPT, focuses on personal relationships and their impact on mood, resolving conflicts and increasing supportive relationships to improve depression. Antidepressant medication is often used for the treatment of depression where there is a strong biological component to the depression or when psychotherapy is not possible or doesn't lead to a full recovery. This will be discussed further in a separate video. It can sometimes take time to find the right medication, and people may have to try different options. Medication may need to be continued even after recovery to reduce the possibility of relapse. Less common medical treatments include electroconvulsive therapy or ECT. This once feared procedure has been found to have a valid place in the spectrum of treatment. ECT is now a safe and effective treatment for severe depression, particularly in melancholic or psychotic forms of depression. Depression is one of the commonest mental disorders and a leading cause of disability worldwide. However, it is treatable, and most people fully recover. Depression often occurs in people who are vulnerable following a stressful event, but it can persist. It is important to seek help from a health professional, address lifestyle factors, and seek support from family and loved ones.
Addictions, substance abuse and gambling disorders get a lot of media attention. But what are they really? And how do you get help if you think you might have a problem? Let's take a look at addiction, some treatment options, and what you might be interested to know about recovery. The word addiction has its root in Latin, meaning bound to or enslaved by, which suggests physical, psychological, as well as social and cultural aspects. Many clinicians focus on physical effects that occur over time as a person is repeatedly exposed to a drug or behaviour. This may lead to the person needing to use more to get the same effect, using more than originally intended, having withdrawal symptoms or feeling sick if they try to stop, and difficulty cutting down or stopping.
It's not just physical, because addiction can affect people's thinking, judgment, emotions and behaviour. A person may also continue to use despite knowing that it's causing them or others harm or having other unintended negative consequences. They may prioritise engaging in the addictive behaviour over other things in life, impacting on their managing other roles and responsibilities. There are a lot of things people can become addicted to. Common ones for treatment clinics include cigarettes, nicotine, alcohol, cannabis, prescription drugs like painkillers, sedatives and sleeping tablets, inhalants like petrol, paint thinners, gases, and illegal drugs like heroin, MDMA or ecstasy, methamphetamine or ice, cocaine, GHB and many others. But gambling can also become a serious addiction in many forms, from betting on the races to pokies or online gambling. Other activities can also become addictive, such as gaming, shopping, exercise or eating. Addictions are amongst the most common mental health disorders. They're often stigmatised and have been poorly understood, but hopefully that is changing. Yes, they can be deadly, life-threatening conditions. But did you know that addiction is the psychiatric disorder with the highest odds of recovery? Not only that, but the odds of recovery increase with age, unlike many other chronic conditions. Some studies have reported that people who achieve stable long-term recovery from addiction experience more positive well-being and quality of life than people who've never experienced such serious health problems. It's really common for people to experiment with alcohol, nicotine, other substances or drugs, as well as to dabble in forms of gambling. In fact, abstainers are in the minority. Only 10 to 20% of people who try even illegal drugs become addicted to them though, with the exception of nicotine. This legal and ubiquitous drug addicts about a third of those who try smoking tobacco products. About 90% of all substance use disorders start in adolescence. If a person delays their first use of drugs to after the age of 25, they seem to be less vulnerable to developing addiction. Let's consider some other questions commonly asked about substance use and addictions. Like, what makes some people more at risk of developing addiction? Well, this is a complex question, and it's so variable from person to person because it can be related to their life experience, temperament and personality factors, level of social supports and relationships, and the experience of other mental health or physical health conditions. Are your genes and your family history important? Well, genetics may play a role in some people's risk of developing addiction when exposed to drugs or alcohol. In other people, their genetics may make them less likely to develop some types of addiction. A big part of addiction is related to learning. So if you saw your parents using drugs, gambling or drinking as a way to deal with stress, or you learnt that drinking alcohol is soothing when you experience anxiety or fear, when you feel this way in the future, your brain may remember how alcohol seemed to help. That is, unless you learn other, more positive ways of coping with the situation. What are the risks to someone's mental health conditions if they use alcohol or other drugs? People with mental health problems relating to trauma, mood disorder, anxiety disorder, and developmental disorders like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, can be at increased risks of worse health outcomes if they use mind or mood-altering substances. This can occur even at relatively low amounts and without necessarily being addicted. Addictions can involve physical changes in brain receptors, connections, wiring, and function. Changes in behaviour through learning that can become ingrained over time, and unconscious processes that influence behaviour. Treatment and stabilisation allow people to get into recovery, which means addressing each of these areas. Many people's addictions remit and recover without any formal treatment. However, if you or someone you care about has a problem, it's always good to get help early, but any time works too. You don't have to wait until you hit rock bottom, whatever that is, or until you have really bad health or other consequences occur. A key thing about recovery is that it occurs with social support, not in isolation. If you're concerned about your own alcohol or drug use or a loved one, don't feel like you have to go it alone. You could start by talking to a trusted friend or family member, call an information line, talk to your local doctor or a counsellor. Generally, counselling can be available face-to-face, online or by phone, and support groups are available. You may want to see a list of suggested links and resources at the end of this video. Some people need medical help to safely manage their withdrawal symptoms. Most withdrawal symptoms, whilst uncomfortable and unpleasant, can be managed without being in hospital or detox, as they're not life-threatening or medically dangerous. But withdrawing from alcohol can be an exception to this for both short-term dangers, seizures, delirium tremens or DTs, and longer-term brain damage. So it's a good idea to consult your doctor or a clinic that's experienced with helping people withdraw safely to discuss your risks and plan your initial withdrawal. After this first stage, you may experience withdrawal symptoms for weeks or even months, and you need lots of support, but you don't usually need to be in hospital. Withdrawal, or detox, is only a first step, and it's not actual treatment. Just allows your brain and your body to safely get past that hijacked stage. Physical changes account for many of the symptoms you experience in this stage of adjustment. Next, you need to learn a lot. It can be useful to understand the effects your substance use may have had on your brain and body, and how your vulnerability to relapse to addiction has developed. Years of using means your brain now responds differently compared to someone who's never had an addiction. Brains change with experience. We can learn things that lead to damaging patterns. We can't unlearn these, but we need to learn and practice more useful habits. It's essential to learn more helpful ways of coping with stress, anxiety, depression, mania, psychosis, sleep problems, low self-esteem and interpersonal sensitivity. The good news is we can all learn better skills and strategies. It's important to understand the role of addictive behaviours in your life. What was the substance use or behaviour doing for you in the beginning? If you can understand this, it may help you make and maintain informed and conscious changes. Learn more about yourself, your vulnerabilities, even more importantly, your strengths, your values and virtues and what you stand for. To change behaviour, we need to enhance new learning, new ways of thinking and acting. And this requires lots of social support, empathy and positive incentives for change, not punishment and stigmatisation. It is important to learn how to recognise early signs of relapse and have a plan to act as soon as possible on signs of relapse. This is about risk management. Things usually go better when you plan ahead for setbacks instead of winging it. Relapse is a common part of the condition, and it does not mean that you're not moving towards recovery. Relapse can provide an opportunity to learn more about yourself, the addiction, which triggers and stresses affect you, and what works and what doesn't for you in managing them. Don't let shame, guilt and demoralisation from relapse delay getting back on track. So it's vital to know how and where to get ongoing support. That can include professional help, mutual aid groups, as well as non-using friends and family. Many private and some public hospitals offer day programs. Some people prefer to enrol in a residential rehabilitation program to have more time and more support before returning to living in the community. Psychiatrists, especially addiction psychiatrists, can help you with your treatment plan. Sometimes family therapy can be appropriate. There are support groups such as Al-Anon and Nar-Anon for families and carers to access information and support for themselves too. And look for other local support organisations in your area. But there's still more. Recovery is much more than just being abstinent or not using or engaging in addictive behaviour. Recovery involves getting your life back on track. In recovery, you can look forward to being well, to participating actively in the roles, rights and responsibilities of society in whatever way that's meaningful to you, fits your values and plays to your strengths. Having meaning and purpose is a fundamental need for all of us. Many people have found that being involved with other people in stable recovery helped, with reducing the isolation and exclusion so often experienced in addiction, as well as regaining hope and optimism. I'd like to emphasise the key points from this summary. Addictions and problems related to substance use and gambling are common mental health disorders. Addiction is not a lifestyle choice. Addiction can impair a person's ability to exercise choice, control and free will. Addictions can be life-threatening. Addictions can also be managed. Relapse is normal, plan for it and be ready to manage it. Recovery is expected with good outcomes for quality of life.
Psychiatry. 1 Psychiatry. 2 Psychiatry. 3 Psychiatry. 4 Psychiatry. 5 Psychiatry. 6 Psychiatry. 7 Psychiatry. 8 Psychiatry. 9 Psychiatry. 10 Psychiatry. 11 Psychiatry. 12 Psychiatry. 13 Psychiatry. 14 Psychiatry. 15 Psychiatry. 16 Psychiatry. 17 Psychiatry. 18 Psychiatry. 19 Psychiatry. 20 Psychiatry. 21 Psychiatry. 22 Psychiatry. 23 Psychiatry. 24 Psychiatry. 25 Psychiatry. 26 Psychiatry. 27 Psychiatry. 28 Psychiatry. 29 Psychiatry. 30 Psychiatry. 31 Psychiatry. 32 Psychiatry. 33 Psychiatry. 34 Psychiatry. 35 Psychiatry. 36 Psychiatry. 37 Psychiatry. 38 Psychiatry. 39 Psychiatry. 40 Psychiatry. 41 Psychiatry. 42
Ourselves develop in relationship, initially in attachment relationships in early childhood, and then later in the world of social connection. This development is in every aspect of our being: physical, psychological, emotional, cultural, spiritual. This connectedness for development and well-being is a theme you have been hearing about throughout the MOOC. When we have a flowing and lively sense of self, we tend to feel well and tend to flourish. This talk, however, is about trauma. And trauma is a difficult subject because it's a difficult experience. Trauma breaks down our being, our sense of self, and can break down how we feel about ourselves, others, and the world. So, it's an important experience that impacts profoundly on our well-being. We could think back to Tina's story in the first week of our MOOC and the impact of childhood trauma on her sense of self and her important and long road to recovery. For a time, we didn't pay enough attention to just how common and just how damaging trauma could be. We didn't realise just how many people seeking or needing help for their mental health had been impacted on by trauma. Sometimes, sadly, the experience of mental illness and its treatment was traumatic in itself. The good news is that we're in a time where we are realising the huge impacts of trauma and are actively developing our approach to it to help people, families and communities recover and return to thriving. In a phenomenon called post-traumatic growth, we can actually grow through trauma and eventually become stronger, more resilient than before. This was Tina's story, and it is the story of many. We are realising that repair, recovery, resilience require us to foster personal and interpersonal connections, and over time integrate traumatic experiences into a new story of ourself and a new way of being. We both repair the old aspects of self and the old connections, and we nurture the new. I often think of this as the way trees heal. The rings they lay down at their core will always tell the story of a tough year. But if the tree survives, it often becomes stronger than before. We are more than the story of our traumatic times. We are people that reflect on ourselves and make meaning of our experiences, and so our recovery can be rich and multi-layered. So what is trauma? We certainly all have stress, and we've heard about how universal it is, and ways to manage it are discussed in other MOOC talks. A trauma is, however, more than simple stress. It is a highly stressful life event, or actually a cumulative amount of stress, that exceeds a person's capacity to regulate themselves and manage in the face of it. So the event disturbs their equilibrium, or what we call homeostasis. Traumatic events include single events, like a serious accident, assault, or disaster, and also include long-term situations like domestic violence, entrapment, or child abuse. The stress diathesis model is central to understanding the distress associated with onset of mental health problems and stress system disorders. It says that everyone has a level of risk for disorders to which stress adds, and where there's enough of it, symptoms and disorders emerge. Our self-regulation involves every level of being, so when trauma breaks us down, it can happen at any or all of these parts of our life. Part of being tuned into trauma as a challenge to health is to recognise that I might notice the effects on my body, my mind, my relationships, my cultural life, or my spiritual life. And those who know me or work with me might feel it in those areas where we come into contact and connection. This recognition of trauma and its effects is a crucial current issue in health. Trauma can break down how we connect to others and tell our story and break down our trust in the world. When trauma happens in childhood and adolescence, in the very relationships of care in our home or community that are meant to keep us safe and help us grow, it can impact on how we develop and regulate ourselves in adulthood. It can then become a risk factor in mental and physical health. The big ACE study in the USA, investigating these adverse childhood experiences, showed the knock-on effects on mental and physical health of childhood trauma. So, post-traumatic stress disorder, which can follow experiencing or witnessing a single life-threatening event, is an important disorder. Features of PTSD include nightmares, flashbacks, anxiety, and a tendency to avoid reminders of the trauma. People with PTSD often have insomnia and/or depression, or use substances to try to deal with their symptoms. However, we now understand that the most severe dysregulation occurs in people who, as children, lacked a consistent caregiver or adequate experiences of safety and comfort. The cumulative effect of this kind of trauma is called complex trauma and is a big contributor to many mental health disorders. We need positive connection. So, for example, even daily devaluation in childhood or neglect can lead to an ongoing sense that I'm not worthwhile and impact my attachment state of mind and how I view myself. Trauma causes shock, numbness, and fear, and can cause dissociation or disconnection in the individual experiencing it and those around them. Dissociation describes the disconnection or disorganisation of parts of mental and physical life that would normally be connected and healthily organised. For some people, these disconnections, dissociations, disorganisations are very severe. For example, those with dissociative identity disorder can be disconnected from whole parts of themselves that then function at times as another state of self. This problem with remembering who they are at different times can be very confusing for them and for those around them. Strong feelings of confusion, disorientation, rage, disgust, helplessness, hopelessness can emerge too. The strong feelings and associations around trauma probably partly explain why trauma has often been hard to examine or recognise and can lie out of direct sight, out of mind. When trauma happens in secrecy, like abuse often does, then the difficulty in recognising it, in seeing it, is compounded. These days, we're trying to develop trauma-informed care, ways of caring for others and ourselves that understand how trauma breaks down consciousness and self, and then explores the pathways back to feeling whole and to flourishing. Now, we often talk about a phase-based approach to treatment. Fundamentally, we first have to establish safety for those experiencing trauma and the families and systems of care around them. You can probably imagine that if I have grown up in an unsafe home or community, that safety might take a while to set up. This step requires the listening, validation, and tuning in of carers and clinicians. We take time to notice if someone is terrified and engage them in ways that help them feel safer. After safety comes stabilisation, where we try to help the person find ways to feel supported, ways that can help them manage safely to minimise the ongoing breakdown effects of trauma. This helps them move away from other unsafe strategies like drugs and alcohol or self-harm. Here, some of the skills and strategies discussed in the MOOC can be crucial in fostering calm and hope and settling down our body and mind, which might be feeling terrified, anxious, angry, or frozen. Here, relaxation, breathing, exercise, being validated in a caring relationship, mindfulness and meditation are some ways that help. Each person needs their strategies to fit well with them, and practicing them may also take some time. Then, and only then, when we feel ready and supported, can we then think, feel, and work through what happened to us in a number of ways. As trauma affects all aspects of being, any of these can be an initial window into recovery. Trauma-focused cognitive behaviour therapy and eye movement desensitization are types of psychotherapy used for PTSD. Body therapies, creative therapies, other psychotherapies and neurofeedback can all have a place. For some, a spiritual frame is important. Something like meditation can work at a number of levels to bring about reconnection and new connections between mind and body. So, integrative approaches help us counter the disconnections in mind, body and soul caused by trauma and help us become whole again. Those who have been through trauma need support to recover, but sometimes they need time and evidence to believe that they can trust others again, trust the care we offer, and even trust themselves. Yet we can resolve trauma to recover, grow from it, and flourish. And it seems that the best way to do this is to do it together in safe company. We don't have to do it alone.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this community education module about bipolar disorder. I have both a personal and professional interest in this condition. I'm a youth mental health advocate, but I'm also someone who's lived with bipolar from the age of 16. In this module, I'll be interviewing Associate Professor Liz Scott, a psychiatrist who is an expert in mood disorders. I'll be asking her questions about the causes, the diagnoses, and the treatments for bipolar disorder. We'll also be hearing from another young person about his experience of living with bipolar disorder. Everyone experiences ups and downs in their moods, and sometimes we describe ourselves as hypo or manic, but I know from my own personal experience that bipolar disorder is very different to that. Liz, firstly, could you give us some information about bipolar disorder, and in particular, how it's different from people's normal mood changes?
Firstly, while bipolar disorder can run in families, there is no single gene for this condition. In fact, there are probably multiple genes involved that interact with factors in the environment to trigger the condition. So this explains why the spectrum of bipolar disorder is so wide and varies from mild symptoms with a minor impact on a person's life to more severe episodes of illness requiring hospital admissions. Secondly, bipolar disorder is described as a mood disorder, but really it's a disorder of energy and drive. The best way to describe it is by thinking of the clock that sits in our brain. This brain clock sets our sleep and wake times and regulates the amount of activity we do. Our brain clock is set to wind down our activity at night, switch on sleep, and then wake us up in the morning so that we can be active during the day. This clock is our master clock, and it sets all our other body clocks, and I'll come back to this later. In bipolar disorder, the current evidence suggests that this clock is faulty. When people are in a low mood or depressed state, they feel tired and lethargic most of the time. They report that they feel slowed down, and it's an effort to get out of bed and do things. In this phase of the illness, people find it hard to get up and go to work, study, or socialise. They often sleep a lot during the day and sometimes find it hard to sleep at night. But no matter how much they sleep, they feel tired. In this state, people can feel very low and depressed. In severe episodes, people stop enjoying activity, socialising, or relationships. They may feel worthless or hopeless. They may also feel that life is not worth living, and suicidal thoughts are common. Sometimes people can feel very agitated or irritable with friends and family members. In some cases, in what we term bipolar 1 disorders, people may develop some unusual beliefs or even hallucinate. These psychotic type symptoms usually reflect the underlying mood. For example, a person may feel extremely guilty and believe that they've done something bad or wrong for which they're going to be punished, or they may hear voices telling them that they're worthless or bad. These episodes of low mood and energy or depression can last for a very long time.
I know that in addition to episodes of low mood, I've also had times where I feel really productive and confident. I have a lot of energy and a lot of ideas. And at those times, I don't need much sleep. Everything seems to be going really fast. Sometimes I get irritated with people around me if I feel like they're moving or thinking too slowly.
So Rachel, that's a really good example of a hypomanic episode. Hypomania is not just feeling really excited or happy for a few hours or days. It's a state of sustained increase in energy or drive. A person doesn't necessarily feel extremely happy in this state. Often people can feel quite irritable and argumentative. They can be impatient, restless, and reckless. In a hypomanic or manic state, a person may take risks that they wouldn't normally take, such as driving fast, drinking more alcohol or using drugs, spending money buying things they don't really need, and taking more risks with social activity or sexual activity. During this time, a person often sleeps less but doesn't feel tired, eats less, takes less care of themselves. They can often speak fast, jump from subject to subject, and find it hard to organise themselves. They'll often start tasks and not finish them as they get distracted by something else.
What's the difference between hypomania and mania?
That's a really good question. So hypomania is a less severe form of mania. When a person is manic, the increase in drive and energy becomes so extreme that a person often has very little sleep and can't function in their usual roles. In a manic phase, a person usually has no insight into their condition. That is, they don't know that they're unwell. Unusual beliefs are common and reflect their mood. If their mood is high, they may have grandiose delusions and believe that they're rich or famous or they've got special powers. If they're irritable or agitated, they may feel more paranoid and believe, for example, that people are trying to hurt or harm them. In a manic state, a person would generally need to be admitted to hospital for urgent treatment and to prevent harm to themselves, and in some cases to others.
Liz, how do you treat bipolar disorder?
As with most medical conditions, early intervention is critical. Bipolar disorder usually starts between the ages of 16 and 24. So if we can identify young people with unstable mood and other risk factors for the illness and treat them early, we think that this can make a big difference. Sadly, in many cases, a person will have been unwell for many years before a diagnosis of bipolar disorder is made. Early treatment involves improving sleep and activity patterns, helping people to maintain regular exercise and social routines, reducing and managing stress, and recognising the triggers for episodes. Sleep deprivation, change of season, life events, drugs and alcohol, infections or travel can trigger an episode. So helping people to identify and manage their personal triggers is critical. The holistic management of bipolar disorder includes behavioural and psychological therapies, medication and family carer support and education. Behavioural therapies include sleep-wake cycle or social rhythm therapy with structured exercise and social activity. Psychological therapy includes cognitive behavioural therapy for management of anxiety and low mood, and what we call dialectic behavioural therapy to help with mood regulation, stress management, and help with impulsive or suicidal thoughts.
So Liz, tell us what kind of medications are used to treat bipolar disorder.
So most people will also require a mood stabiliser at some stage to help them manage more severe episodes and prevent a relapse of symptoms. Lithium is a common treatment. It has a direct effect on the brain clock. Other medications used in the treatment of seizures disorders are also used as mood stabilisers, such as the anticonvulsants lamotrigine and sodium valproate, or the antipsychotic mood stabilisers. These medications may be used alone or sometimes in combination. Antidepressants are used to treat depression, but they are almost never used on their own. Without a mood stabiliser, antidepressants can cause hypomania or unstable agitated mood, called a mixed state. As the brain clock regulates the other body clocks, people with bipolar disorder frequently experience other medical problems relating to their body clock. These include weight gain, obesity, high cholesterol, heart disease or diabetes, hormonal or immune problems. These medical conditions need to be monitored and managed, and medications used for the treatment of bipolar disorder should be chosen with great care to avoid making these problems worse. People with bipolar disorder are also more likely to misuse drugs or alcohol, particularly during episodes of illness, causing other medical and psychological problems.
From my own experience, I know how important it is to take care of my mental health because it affects every part of my life. Most importantly, I know that I need to make sure I maintain good sleep so that I'm not sleeping too much or too little, but also that I'm going to sleep and waking up at the right time every day. It's also really important that I keep a regular diet and exercise. Now, this doesn't mean being strict or excessive. It simply means keeping regular meals and regular activity because this helps regulate my mood. And every day, I make sure that I take some time out for myself. It helps to check in and see if I can recognize any warning signs. But I also use this time to do something nice for myself and remind myself why taking care of my mental health is so important. Liz, is it true that there have been many famous people with bipolar disorder?
So yes, the evidence suggests that people with bipolar disorder often have high IQs and high levels of creativity, that they're able to see and think about the world in ways that other people can't. They can also be extremely productive. You only have to watch the documentary by Stephen Fry, The Secret Life of the Manic Depressive, to see this in action. So bipolar disorder can be both a burden, but also a gift.
Thanks everyone for participating. If you'd like to learn more, please visit Origin Youth Health, Beyond Blue or the Sane Australia website. We know that different people have different experiences living with bipolar. Let's hear from Rob about his personal story.
So I was diagnosed almost 10 years ago now with bipolar disorder, type 1, after having been hospitalised. And it's been a pretty mixed experience. There's been some good points and some bad points to it. I've been lucky in some regards. My medication regime has been pretty stable over the years. Haven't had too many side effects or changes required. So that's, compared to some people I've known who've had kind of real struggles with that issue, that's been something I've been well off with. Managing periods of low energy and low drive, struggling with anxiety and depression has been a real challenge over the years. It's made it difficult to hold down employment, to keep up with all my usual activities, to keep in touch with my friends. Over the years, that's been a real constant battle, and I guess it's one that's the low period, the period of depressed energy is can be a bit less visible. So it's might be one that is less noticed by other people, that you're actually going through a hard time. So that makes it more difficult as well. So for me, that's definitely been one of the harder aspects of having bipolar. In terms of periods of high mood, that's been a really very different kind of challenge. In those periods where I sort of haven't slept, and particularly typically for me in periods around spring or autumn when there's a seasonal change, that's when I'm kind of most vulnerable to going through an elevated period. And that has sometimes been some very enjoyable experiences, certainly from my own point of view, if not the point of view of other people. Having a very elevated mood can be a really exhilarating experience. It can be really, it's hard. It's always sort of hard to put into words to describe how different it is. You think if it's just in terms of not sleeping very much and having a lot of energy, doesn't really describe it. The sensation that comes along with having grandiose delusions and kind of wild flights of ideas can be
can be a real sort of exhilarating roller coaster ride, but equally there have been periods where that high energy has come with a less positive mood, and so there have been times where I've had to deal with paranoia and other really unpleasant symptoms. And luckily, most of the time, my insight has remained relatively good. So even in the periods where I've needed to go to hospital, I've usually self-admitted, or at least been involved in the process of having myself admitted to hospital. So that's another aspect in which I've been lucky compared to a lot of other people who lose a lot of their insight in their episodes of extreme mood. In my case, it's usually I've had some degree of awareness of what's going on, even if it's in combination with some more unusual ideas at the same time. So I've learned that I've got to stay on top of my condition. Importantly, it's important to be compliant with medication. I haven't always been the best with that. There have been periods where I haven't stuck as strictly to my medication regime, and it always tends to lead to being more vulnerable to becoming unwell again, as you might expect. Obviously there are other triggers that I've had to learn to be aware of. For me, probably alcohol is one that I've had to become more careful about over the years. I've always kind of been more careful around other drugs, but because alcohol is sort of socially acceptable, I tend to like to indulge in a drink with my friends, but if I do it at periods where there are other trigger factors like a seasonal change or whatever, or when I'm highly stressed, if I combine those with lots of alcohol, and that disrupts my sleep, and then it tends to spiral and snowball. So I've learned to have to be a bit more careful about that sort of thing.
What is psychosis? People with a psychotic illness have an altered sense of reality different to their usual way of being. An episode of psychosis can be due to a number of causes. It is a treatable condition, and it is possible to recover fully. Two of the main features of psychosis are hallucinations and delusions. An hallucination means the person may see, hear, feel, smell, or taste something that doesn't actually exist. Hearing a voice or voices, known as auditory hallucinations, is the most common of these. A delusion is a firm belief that a person holds despite evidence to the contrary and is not in keeping with their cultural beliefs. There are many types of delusions. In paranoid delusions, for example, the person may think they are being watched or followed or persecuted. Grandiose delusions include believing one has special powers like Superman or Superwoman, or is someone famous or a religious figure such as Jesus Christ. Depressive delusions include the belief that one is guilty of a terrible crime or that one's insides are rotting. Delusions may be bizarre, such as believing that one's loved ones have been replaced by imposters. The film A Beautiful Mind portrayed the mathematician John Nash as having schizophrenia with prominent auditory and visual hallucinations, as well as paranoid delusions. Now we are going to meet Jessica, a 29-year-old woman who has lived with a psychotic illness for 10 years. Jessica, thank you for sharing your story with us. Can you please tell me now about when you first became unwell?
I was 20 when I first became significantly unwell. I'd been using methamphetamine and was sleep-deprived, unwell, and mentally fragile. I was at work one day when I began to hear a male voice. I couldn't work out where this mystery voice was coming from. In a manic state, I searched my neighbourhood for the source of the voice before deciding that it was the voice of Jesus Christ, saying, "I love you, Jessica, I love you." The voice didn't stop when I stopped taking the drugs. Then I thought I was being stalked and became very paranoid. At one stage, I was in a taxi and I yelled at the taxi driver to stop as I thought it was him saying, "I love you, Jessica." Over the next week or so, things went from bad to worse, and I began to hallucinate visually as well as auditory hallucinations. Despite not being religious myself, I began to have visions of demons and angels and devils. I became consumed by ideas of religious torment and condemnation. Fortunately, I told my parents and was admitted to a psychiatric unit for treatment. It took me 4 months to get better. I needed to try several different medications because I had bad side effects like shaking and blurred vision before I finally found a medication that was good for me. I really did need to be in hospital. Then one day I had this fantastic realization that the voices and the visions weren't real. It was such a relief.
Jessica was obviously very sick, and it must have been very frightening, and she was very young when it started. Actually, the late teens to early adult years is the usual time for a psychotic illness to develop. And often, someone can be unwell for 1 to 2 years before even seeking treatment. It was good that Jessica told her parents and that they were able to help her get into treatment. To diagnose a psychotic episode and the possible cause, a thorough mental health assessment is done by a psychiatrist or health professional. This includes talking about the symptoms, any drug and alcohol use, a family history, medication and medical history, and how the person is functioning in work, study, socially, and at home. A full physical examination, including blood tests, brain imaging, and possibly EEG may be required. 3% of the population will have a psychotic experience at some time. There are many causes of psychosis, which include medical illnesses, for example, thyroid disease, brain tumours, HIV, syphilis, Parkinson's disease, and Alzheimer's dementia. Drugs of abuse, for example, cannabis, amphetamines, ecstasy, LSD, ketamine, alcohol. Prescribed medication, for example, steroids or Parkinson's disease medication. And mental illnesses, for example, schizophrenia, where psychosis is central to the illness. This may also include disorganised thinking, change in behaviour and emotion, and difficulty with motivation, planning and concentration. Bipolar disorder can include psychotic symptoms as well as mood episodes. Severe depression can include psychotic elements that relate to depressive themes. And postpartum psychosis, when after giving birth, 1 or 2 in 1,000 women may become psychotic. And finally, a brief reactive psychosis in response to stress. Like all illnesses, psychosis is variable in duration. Some episodes are extremely short, and others may be long-term, over years. Sometimes there is 1 episode only, and full recovery. For other people, there are many episodes.
The voices and delusions went away, but unfortunately I got sick again. I've needed a few hospitalisations. I still have the voices now, but nothing like before. I've learnt to live with them, and I certainly won't use drugs again. The medications I take now work well for me. I have a good lifestyle and see my doctor and counsellor regularly, as well as friends and family. Over the last 10 years, I've worked really hard to get well and to reduce the chances of becoming sick like that again. I try to look after my physical health and my mental health. I love walking on the beach, going to the gym, doing yoga, spending time with my friends and family. I go to the movies, eat well, and I try to keep good sleep patterns.
Yes, looking after your physical and mental health is really important, and you can reduce the chances of becoming sick again. The cause of mental illnesses seems to be a combination of genetic and environmental factors. For example, a first-degree relative, such as a sibling or child of someone with schizophrenia, will have around a 10% chance of developing the illness, compared to around 1% for the general population. We can't change our genes, but we can try to modify our environmental and lifestyle risks, which is what you do. Often people have a pattern of illness, and when some of those early symptoms start, extra treatments and support can be used. Jessica, how are you at the moment?
I'm really well and about to start a new job a few days a week. I live on my own and have a good social life, so all is going well.
Jessica, what advice would you give to someone who has an illness like yours?
I have 5 key points that I've learnt from living with this illness for the last 10 years. Firstly, seek professional help. Take medication if you need it, although it may take time to find the right one. Have therapy or counselling and go to hospital if you need to. Secondly, stay away from recreational drugs. 3, live a structured lifestyle. Have a good exercise and sleep routine and eat healthily. Number 4, you need to have hobbies and interests. These don't have to cost money. I spent lots of time walking on the beach to help me get well, or going to the library to read and borrow books. Do good things that keep your mind active in a positive way. I really like going out socially, going to the movies or out with friends. Do things you enjoy. And lastly, do some part-time work, but only when you're ready.
Good treatments are available to help people with psychosis. And most people recover very well from the first episode, but you can become unwell again. Treatment includes treating any underlying triggering cause, using appropriate medication, and as Jessica said, sometimes you need to change that medication to find the best one or combination of medications to suit. Also, psychological therapy, family therapy, supports to return to study, work and socialising, and sometimes brain exercises to improve thinking skills. And take time to look after yourself and follow Jessica's 5 points of advice. They really do work.
G'day. I'm going to talk today about psychotherapy, which is a very important possible treatment to improve mental health and work towards recovery. There are many kinds of therapies that range from providing important support, to which other treatments may be added, through help with changing thinking, feeling, behaviour, strengthening our sense of helping us develop our flexibility and resilience, and to help us resolve losses and traumas. In many other MOOC talks, you will have heard about how important relationships are for our development as a young person, and then throughout our life and for our well-being. I've talked about the way that they're shaped by our early attachment relationships and how at times of stress or trauma, much of our best recovery is done in relationships. We are social beings. Tony Corner has spoken about the way we connect with another person to creatively grow our sense of selves. So, simply put, psychotherapy is where someone who is a trained clinician meets with us to connect in a positive way to help us with aspects of ourselves. While we know this connecting is good medicine, we are more than ever aware that it's good science and an art. When some people think of psychotherapy, they think of psychoanalytic therapy, and that's certainly where we've learned a lot about psychotherapy. Sigmund Freud, in his work at the beginning of the last century, was trying to help people recover from troubling psychiatric and neurological symptoms. He found hypnosis useful, but then discovered the talking cure, whereby he asked the patient to say whatever came into their mind, while he deeply listened and then said something when he thought it was useful, making links between past experience and current thoughts, feelings and behaviours. He found that many patterns of behaviour and symptoms had some of their origin in childhood. This kind of therapy considered that our minds are dynamic and changing, but can get stuck in certain kinds of patterns of relating, thinking and feeling. The idea of psychodynamics is that sometimes we don't know why we feel, think or do something. We're not conscious of how it came about. We learned it back then, but now we need to change. That was then, this is now, and we need a different kind of response and being. So, Psychoanalytic therapy and psychodynamic therapy have continued to this day to pay close attention to building a therapeutic relationship where someone can speak their mind safely and work with the psychotherapist to know themselves more and shift stuck patterns to become more conscious, free and flexible. This form of therapy recognises that we tend to repeat our earliest relationships. Those attachment templates we spoke about in an earlier talk can become activated in certain circumstances. The therapy offers a chance to notice when they are activated between therapist and patient, for example. The patient might get angry when they're feeling dismissed by the psychotherapist. And together, they might come to realise that dismissing was something that, for example, the patient's father or mother often did. In feeling it, thinking about it, and reflecting on it together, the patient often shifts in how they feel and resolves some of that old hurt. And if hurt happens, learns to handle it more directly in the relationship. You can probably understand that this kind of close emotional and thinking work takes a sense of safety and trust. This is why most psychotherapies happen with an agreed contract about how we will meet. The participants usually try and meet at the same time and in the same place to build a sense of reliability and trust. When there are shifts in that frame, how we feel about it would be noted in a psychodynamic therapy and given meaning. If I miss my therapist when they're on leave or feel anxious, it doesn't mean a dangerous dependence, but it's something that I would bring back to discuss with him or her at our next meeting. Many kinds of psychotherapy have now emerged that come at that challenge of building up our mental health from all sorts of models and ways of understanding. One of the big ones is cognitive behavioural therapy, which is based in our understanding that we learn so much that shapes us. And if we take the time to unpack those thoughts and feelings and behaviours that seem automatic, we will notice that we can shift them. It is therapy that seeks to build us up through discussion, practice and homework. And the therapist can seem a little like a coach, encouraging us towards change and skill building and new learning while helping keep us on track. Other forms of therapy these days are based on mindfulness, and we have spoken about this. Other therapies acknowledge that we live and grow in families, and so the therapist engages with the family or couple to help those people live, love, work and play more comfortably together. Other therapies encourage us to accept in a radical way that difficult stuff has happened, so we're then free to live in the moment, now. Now, you could probably realise that for some people who have never felt safe, psychotherapy can seem particularly daunting, terrifying even. However, it is one of the ways that we can really have a positive experience of relationship if we're ready and stable enough in our other supports. Sometimes we use therapy as a pre-therapy to build supports. The keys to a successful psychotherapy for us as consumers, carers and clinicians is in knowing what the choices around therapy are, what the therapy is trying to achieve, having a good connection with a trained and supervised psychotherapist, and planning ahead for times that might be stressful or difficult with a good care plan.
Are psychiatric medications good for you? Why are they prescribed? And do they cause nasty side effects? We now have an enormous range of psychiatric medications available to treat conditions from depression and anxiety through to psychosis and addictions. New medications are constantly being developed in order to minimise side effects and increase their effectiveness. Psychiatric medications have attracted controversy in the general community and in the media. Some people have been concerned that they can be overprescribed, dangerous or ineffective at times. On the positive side, these medications can quite literally save lives and help to restore a meaningful life. For people with mental health conditions, it is important to pay attention to lifestyle issues first. Some mild conditions can be solved by exercise, sleeping better, or support from family and friends. Psychological therapy, including cognitive behaviour therapy, is often used as a first-line treatment or in conjunction with medication. There are many different categories of psychiatric medications. This course will not cover them all in detail or go into the specific drug names. We will look at three major categories: the antidepressants, mood stabilisers, and antipsychotic medications. Antidepressants are used to treat depression as well as anxiety disorders and can also be used in bipolar disorder. These medications alter the level of neurotransmitters in the brain. A neurotransmitter is a type of chemical that allows brain cells to communicate with one another. Antidepressants generally increase the levels of neurotransmitters called monoamines, working on the theory that these transmitters are reduced in people with depression. They mainly act on serotonin and noradrenaline, increasing the levels via a number of different mechanisms. These days, the most commonly used antidepressants are selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs. They block the serotonin pump, or transporter, that normally sucks serotonin up into the nerve cells. The SSRIs came along in the 1980s and revolutionised the treatment for depression and anxiety. They caused less overall side effects than older types of medication. Some say the SSRIs have also led to the overprescription of medications for ordinary problems like sadness and grief. The very first antidepressants used were called tricyclics and monoamine oxidase inhibitors. These were first used in the 1950s. They are highly effective for severe forms of depression and enabled many people to recover and go home after long-term hospitalisation. These antidepressants are still used today for severe depression. Other newer types of antidepressants include serotonin noradrenaline reuptake inhibitors, or SNRIs, and also include mirtazapine and agomelatine. Most antidepressants are also effective against anxiety disorders. Some people with anxiety who don't have depression may be surprised to hear they're being given an antidepressant, but they're also proven treatments for anxiety. Antipsychotic medications reduce the symptoms of psychosis, which are mainly to do with impaired perceptions of reality. Antipsychotics can also act as mood stabilisers and can be helpful in bipolar disorder. Antipsychotics often block dopamine receptors and affect the levels of dopamine in the brain, but can also act on many other neurotransmitters. Antipsychotic medications are usually divided into first-generation antipsychotics, traditional or classical types, and second-generation antipsychotics, or atypicals. These days, we tend to use second-generation antipsychotics much more commonly than the older medications. The main problems with second-generation antipsychotics include metabolic side effects, such as weight gain and diabetes, so they need to be monitored closely. First-generation antipsychotic medications were more likely to cause movement disorders, such as agitation, stiffness, or muscle twitching. Mood stabilisers have a number of different actions. They can prevent someone's mood from becoming too high or too low, and so they are mostly used for bipolar disorders. The original mood stabiliser was lithium, discovered by the Australian psychiatrist Dr. John Cade in 1948. This dramatically improved the prognosis for people with bipolar mania, who were often admitted to institutions. Lithium enabled many of them to live normal lives. However, long-term use of lithium can cause damage to the kidneys or thyroid, and this needs to be monitored carefully. Some of the mood stabilizers we use in psychiatry are also anticonvulsant medications which are used to treat epilepsy. The reasons why anticonvulsant medication works to stabilize the mood is not completely understood. However, it is well proven by research that particular anticonvulsants, as well as some antipsychotics, are effective for bipolar disorders. A medication is useful if it allows someone to live the life they want to. Medications can reduce symptoms like anxiety, depression, paranoid thoughts, and hearing voices. They can also cause side effects in a significant minority of people, ranging from minor discomforts through to chronic conditions, and very rarely cause life-threatening emergencies. Common side effects include nausea, trouble concentrating, sleepiness, insomnia, changes in appetite, agitation, and problems with sex life. Weighing up the pros and cons of each medication is like a balancing act. It's also known as the risk versus benefit equation. There is now a large choice of medications available in each category, for example, antidepressants. Each individual responds differently to any given medication. Unfortunately, it is not always possible to predict whether someone will respond well to a medication or develop side effects, or to predict the best medication for a person in advance. Technologies are currently under development that will use genetic tests to predict response to medication. Sometimes we need to try more than one medication before the best one is found, and this process can be frustrating. If you are having trouble with medication, the best approach is talk to your doctor. Most psychiatric medications are not addictive, unlike alcohol, street drugs, and recreational drugs. When addictive drugs are used, over time your body forms a dependency on the drug and you require increasing doses to get the same effect. Antidepressants, mood stabilizers, and antipsychotic medication are not addictive. However, some people experience discomfort when their antidepressants are stopped. Some prescribed medications can be addictive if used inappropriately. These include benzodiazepines, which are used as sedative or sleeping tablets, painkillers such as opiates, and some stimulants, which are used to treat attention deficit hyperactivity disorder or ADHD. The length of time a person needs to take medication depends on their individual circumstances. Usually medications need to be taken consistently every day for several weeks before a positive effect is experienced. Side effects can be worst in the first few days and then subside, so it is worth persisting with the medication. Medication should normally be continued until the person has experienced a full recovery and then beyond, in order to prevent relapse. It's important to consult a doctor before stopping medication, even if the person is feeling completely well. Some medications will need to be reduced gradually. Continuing medications for longer than necessary can also be problematic, particularly if there are issues such as weight gain or diabetes. The key to success with medication is to keep up communication with the doctor. If you are taking medication, don't be afraid to ask questions. It's important to let the doctor know if the medication is not helping or if side effects occur. A good doctor will listen to your concerns and discuss the options. There are many different types of medication, and so it's always possible to change medications or reduce the dose. For many people, it is possible to stop taking medication altogether, and this should generally be done under medical supervision. Psychiatric medications can treat symptoms of all the mental disorders and improve quality of life, including social life, work, and leisure. In many cases, they are literally life-saving. However, these medications do carry the risk of side effects and need to be monitored carefully. Many alternative treatments are available, so close communication with a doctor is essential.
The concept of resilience has recently gathered interest in healthcare with the recognition of its contributions to promoting recovery. Resilience has been defined as an essential attribute assisting us to adapt to challenging or traumatic physical, social, and emotional events. Precursors to the concept of resilience is a sense of mastery and effective coping skills. In fact, the word resilience originates from the Latin root resilia, meaning to rebound. Therefore, resilience is the ability to bounce back from the traumatic or stressful experiences and adapt flexibly to the changing demands. With resilience, we can transcend adversity, transforming it into an opportunity for personal growth and allowing us to move on. In general, it's the capacity for flexible and resourceful adaptation to external and internal stresses. So what defines resilient behaviours? The notion of hope, self-efficacy and coping are central. Resilience is composed of self-confidence, curiosity, self-discipline and self-esteem and control. Subsequently, resilient individuals display an optimistic, energetic and enthusiastic approach to life and are open to new challenges. They are active, positive copers who don't avoid the difficult parts of recovery. Resilience has been shown to protect individuals against breakdown following traumatic events and may help alleviate feelings of helplessness when faced with adversity. Interestingly, people are not born resilient. Instead, resilience is learnt, gained through exposure to adversity. This implies that resilience develops over time as a positive process and not just a personal trait. So it can be seen as an adaptive state that can be nurtured throughout one's life. Importantly, the development of resilience is based on the relationships that is shared between the individual, their environment, and experiences. Consequently, resilience has the capacities to sustain people through difficult and challenging environments. It is more common than we previously thought, suggesting there are many varied pathways to resilience. We now know that traumatic events can often have profound effects on our self, body, mind and spirit. This can change the way we feel about ourselves and others, having longer-term effects such as in a severe burn injury or a spinal cord injury. Traumatic experiences like bullying, harassment or abuse can harm our sense of self and trust in others. Recovery from such events can take some time, whether we need to endure long periods of hospitalisation and rehabilitation to recover from the injury, or we need to recover from an altered body image, a psychological blow, and perhaps a loss of function and independence. This can influence our quality of life. Acceptance of an abrupt injury or traumatic event remains challenging for the injured person and their families and carers, with the potential to create a spiral of trauma. So, mitigating these knock-on effects by promoting resiliency and its benefits is vitally important. So when we bounce back after stress and trauma, we can return to a more comfortable level of psychological and social functioning, and sometimes we can become stronger. With resilience, we can resist the breakdown of our sense of self after trauma and engage in a restorative or transformative process of integration. Like an old oak tree, we are stronger after the tough winters in a process called post-traumatic growth. There is now research that demonstrates resilience can improve with intervention. Here we have so far focused on the more explicit use of the term resilience and its measurement. Resilience plays a vital role in the recovery of all sorts of traumatic events across the lifespan. It is reassuring that we have evidence that people bounce back even after extremely traumatic events. For example, in the aftermath of September 11th, resilience to post-traumatic stress disorders was high. Those who were physically injured or actually presented in the towers had higher levels of post-traumatic stress and less resilience. So the intimacy of the insult is relevant in determining the impact and meaning of an event for us. Those exposed to traumatic events up close and personal have a more challenging task to resist traumatic breakdown or achieve post-traumatic recovery and personal growth. However, past successful navigation of trauma can provide the templates for positive adjustment and resilience. We can turn our past traumas into strong strategies and safeguard against post-traumatic breakdown in future traumas. This is part of the learning we try to scaffold in our children and young people to stress-proof them and help our young saplings grow to be strong old oak trees. When stressed, it helps to build and manage stress successfully, building up their resilience incrementally. And if they are exposed to more traumatic events, we step in and find how to support them in ways that grow their own sense of self, sense of mastery. We help the broken bones, hearts, minds, and spirits restore. Wider supports are also important. Positive social and emotional supports from family, peers, and community, or a religious or spiritual source. In severe burn injuries, for example, we are finding the power of peer support. This is an important innovation in the recovery in mental health. If I know what it's like to struggle to recover from my own lived experience, I can support you on your journey. This is covered in the talk on recovery. So we can help each other grow resilience and have the experience of bouncing back. I can be stronger again, and my relationships and community can support me. We grow resilience in these kind of respectful, caring, and connected relationships that help individuals, families, and communities bounce back.
If you pick up some of the concepts that are really important in mental health, like social and economic participation, going to work, going to school, being involved, and you pick up some of the other ideas like being connected in society to stay well, then if you become unwell, you lose those things very quickly. So one of the big drivers at the moment, economically and socially, not just medically and neurobiologically, is that of early intervention. If you ever start to get unwell as a child, as a teenager, in adult life, that you do something, or the health system or whoever you interact with does something quickly to assist you before you lose your job, before you're out of school, before you've got no friends, before you lose connection with your family. So the concept of early intervention, very much in clinical parts of mental health these days, is actually intervening early at any stage of onset of illness to prevent at least the social disability. Now, it doesn't matter which disease or which illness we're talking about, childhood anxiety, childhood autism, adolescent depression, adolescent onset psychosis, cognitive decline in later life, depression in later life. You can have an early intervention perspective for all of those disorders, because what you're trying to do is provide the most help for the problem people have got and also most protect against loss of connection, loss of social economic participation. So this is a really important concept that's come into mental health, much as in other areas of medicine. The sooner we get in and do useful things, we may slow the progress of that particular illness. But even more importantly, we may make sure that you keep the life that matters and you stay connected and you don't lose that. Because even if you get better from the illness, if you've lost all that stuff, you're a whole lot worse off. A common misunderstanding in mental health is that when we talk about early intervention, we must be talking about children, because everything else in life, to intervene early, means grab a child before they get fat, grab a child before they develop a particular illness, grab a child before they go to school, make the most of the situation to intervene early. So that, in a longitudinal life perspective, is true. If you can do effective things in childhood, you often change lifetime trajectories. But actually in clinical medicine and clinical mental health, it means something a little different. Early intervention really means at the start of any particular illness phase, in childhood, in adolescence, in later life, that you intervene early for the particular problem. There's a different concept, which is really one of prevention, trying throughout life to stop the onset of problems. And one of the main periods for prevention, of course, is childhood or adolescence before you ever get a problem. That's a good time to prevent rather than to wait much later in life when you've actually got these sets of problems. So we have some terminology issues here that are important to sort out. Early intervention can occur at any stage of life for any of the major disorders we're talking about. From a prevention point of view, two big opportunities. One in childhood to prevent childhood and adolescent problems, and one in midlife to prevent late life problems like cognitive decline and dementia. So prevention, childhood and adolescence, and midlife for different sets of problems. Early intervention, any stage of life.
There are many advantages in treating early. The first is, you could say, it's damage control. Because when mental illnesses appear for the first time, usually in emerging adults, it's a very sensitive period of life because the young person is trying to establish their identity, they're trying to develop a vocational pathway with education and work, they're trying to separate from their family of origin and become independent humans. And, you know, it's a very challenging set of tasks. The brain's developing, there's a whole lot of factors there, that a lot more risk-taking behaviour perhaps, drugs and alcohol in the mix, so it's a very, very sensitive time. So intervening early can prevent a lot of the secondary damage that can occur from delayed intervention, which is really a social effect. If you become mentally ill and it's not picked up and treated effectively, then you lose your friends, you lose your job, you drop out of the educational system, you might not even finish school, and your family's put under major strain, and you might also get addicted to drugs or alcohol in the process. So picking it up early, treating it effectively, which we can do in the majority of cases, is very, very important. Well, the types of intervention that we see in early psychosis and other early intervention programs in youth mental health care are pretty needs-based in a way. Depending on the level of need and complexity of the problem, the interventions can be quite simple. They can be just a matter of a listening ear, support, reassurance, information, and maybe some problem solving, and ranging right through to more intensive biopsychosocial care involving drug therapy, more sophisticated psychological interventions, and more extensive social support and even outreach. So it's a spectrum of care. We use a staging model to actually work out, you know, what intensity to offer. So if the person's in the early or milder stages of a problem, obviously we respond, you know, we don't over-treat people, we don't offer medication as the first line. But if the problem's not responding to those simpler interventions, then we increase the dose and the expertise that's made available, and the medication then might be a second or third stage offering for the person to choose. And we have a lot of evidence-based treatments in psychiatry, and if they're delivered properly, they can really transform the outcomes for most patients. Not all patients. We still have work to do for some people who don't respond to what we already have to offer. So that's a matter for research. But in general, we're very confident we can change the course for the majority of patients. Well, if you think about early intervention, it's best to turn the question around and say, when would early intervention not be a good idea? And I think there are two situations. The first one is where you've got no effective treatments. So there's no point, in a sense, of intervening early because it doesn't change the prognosis for the patient. You just intervene whenever you get the chance to. The other situation is where the treatments that you have to offer are likely to do more harm than good. And obviously every powerful treatment, especially drug therapies and more biological treatments, but also psychological treatments, they can have risks and harms associated with them. So we're very careful in medicine and healthcare not to over-treat, and the first principle is do no harm in medicine, goes right back to Hippocrates. And so we have to balance I suppose the ambition and the proactiveness of treatment with that sort of caveat. But having said that, in psychiatry, we do have effective treatments, and they do have risks, so we've got to actually make the treatment proportional to the seriousness and stage of the problem. Early intervention in psychosis has been a phenomenon, actually, in the last 20 years in psychiatry. The treatment of psychotic illnesses like schizophrenia were completely clouded by pessimism and therapeutic nihilism. Certainly when I started psychiatry in the early to mid-80s, that was the message. Every single patient that was diagnosed with schizophrenia was told that the prognosis was very poor, that they probably wouldn't be able to work, they wouldn't have a normal life. Very hopeless message was given to the patients. But since then, we've found that if we do intervene early, if we shorten the delays in treatment, and if we deliver evidence-based care in a broad, holistic way, including psychosocial interventions as well as drug therapies, and we make those consistently available, that the outcomes are much better. And we have 20 years of evidence and 10 international meetings on this subject to really strengthen the evidence base in support of early intervention in psychosis. The outcomes are definitely better after 2 years or so, and the challenge then is maintaining those early benefits over the longer term, and that requires investment in high quality mental health services to sustain those benefits, which sadly in many locations is not available to the public. So there's a reform challenge here to make sure that this evidence is actually realised in the lives of ordinary people. The other very exciting thing is that we've been able to go even earlier, prior to the first psychotic episode, and find people who are struggling and certainly impaired functionally and suffering, but haven't quite made the threshold for diagnosis for schizophrenia or other psychotic illnesses. This is called the prodromal or ultra-high risk phase, and there are 11 clinical trials showing now that we can actually delay the onset of psychosis in this at-risk mental state that as it presents. So I think the frontier has moved, a long way forward, and the next decade will really refine this, and it'll also extend the benefits of this approach to a whole range of diagnoses in young people. With the youth mental health focus, we've begun to extend the early intervention principle across the diagnostic spectrum into other disorders. And these disorders are not discrete illnesses per se. There's a lot of overlap, and the way they emerge in the first place is usually through a mixture or constellation of different symptom patterns like depression and anxiety, and maybe some substance use, some personality issues. And then you might get some warning signs of a more classical psychiatric illnesses like schizophrenia appearing. So this principle of early intervention that's been pioneered in psychotic disorders is now being applied in a more flexible way across the diagnostic spectrum. The evidence is still early compared to the large body of evidence, including economic evidence in early intervention psychosis, but it's starting to be assembled in mood disorders, in bipolar, in depression, anxiety, and eating disorders. And the journal Early Intervention in Psychiatry has been founded to really support and stimulate this sort of scientific research to create the evidence base across the diagnostic spectrum. Early intervention and a fair deal for people with mental illness, especially young people in the prime of life, because 75% of these illnesses appear before 25. This is not just a matter of scientific research and evidence. It's a matter of healthcare reform. It's a matter of human rights. It's a matter of a fair deal for people with mental illness, and that's 50% of us at some point in our life. So it's a matter of self-interest as well as human rights, and it's going to take the whole community and our political leaders and the whole society really to get behind this reform. It's something that hasn't been possible until this stage of human history, because the mentally ill have had, a terrible legacy of suffering and neglect. But we're starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel here, and it's been driven by science and evidence, but it will only really change if the society as a whole demands that some action occurs.
In the 21st century, we're really focused these days on how we might use some of the new insights from information technology and from new digital devices to transform this particular area. Traditionally, medicine in this area was focused on biology, on chemistry, what was happening within the cells of the brain, a classical medical neurobiological idea of mental health. These days, what's even more important is in fact what's in your pocket. It's actually your smartphone, it's your wearable device, it's recording what's actually happening to you and getting real data about you, feeding that back into smart systems to tell you about your sleep, how active you are during the day, about your cognitive function, about your communication with others, and how that's actually tracking. This is actually quite transformative in the way that we're going to actually monitor and understand mental health problems in the future. How is it that the whole organism is behaving, and behaving in its own social context, behaving in the way it goes about its daily life, in the community or the family in which it lives, to understand it better. So in addition to all the traditional biology that we've had, we have a really big new expanding area of digital technologies, highly personalised, telling you much more about yourself so that you can change your own behaviour to actually live a more mentally healthy life. It's very interesting at the moment where we are in mental health, nationally, internationally, and a place in time. You know, in the 1990s, we thought we'd cracked the whole set of problems with the combination of modern genetics, modern brain imaging, decade of the brain in the United States. We really hoped that a whole lot of new brain sciences would transform this area as in other areas of medicine. Big breakthrough, big silver bullet treatments, big understanding of the genetics. That hasn't really happened. So now in the 21st century, we actually have greater expectations, a lot more awareness of what mental health's about, but we haven't had a lot of the major breakthroughs that we thought we would have. Turns out people in their heads and people in their behaviour, people in their whole nature of who they are more complex. The brain's the most complex place you can go, and we're more different in our brain and in our behaviour than in any other body system. Partly because it takes a very long time to grow a brain, from -9 months to about 22 years, and because the extent to which experience throughout that whole period has a big effect on what you end up with. So these days, rather than saying there's a simple answer to schizophrenia, there's a simple answer to bipolar disorder, there's a simple answer to autism, there's a great more focus on, well, how come we're all individually different and how might we personalise things much better to you as an individual? That's a very important development at this stage. And the so-called personalisation of mental health has a new flourishing set of ideas behind it, related far less to the individual diagnosis and much more to how do we understand your particular emotional state, your particular behaviour, the way that you think, and if you get into trouble, how we do that better. That lies at the actual heart of much of the innovation currently in mental health practice.
So, what does creativity have to do with mental health? In this section, we'll discuss the connections between creativity and mental illness and how creative activities can be used to enhance mental health. The two following videos will discuss the specific benefits of music for mental health, and we'll also have an interview with an art therapist. Creativity is defined as the act of producing something new that's both original and valuable. It has been described as the active principle of life and is essential to the development of human civilization. Nancy Andreasen is one of the most prominent researchers on creativity and mental illness. According to Andreasen, the capacity to develop original or novel ideas or to produce novel, beautiful and useful artifacts is perhaps the most important cognitive trait that human beings possess. Andreasen's research has also showed that the creative process depends heavily on intuition and flashes of insight, rather than logical or analytic thinking. It involves developing multiple associations between different ideas and arises from the unconscious. During periods of rest, when the brain is not actively thinking about a problem, the areas called the association cortices are actually very active. This is the unconscious process of incubation, which leads to inspiration. The links between creativity and mental illness have fascinated many people for centuries. Studies have shown that there's an increased rate of mental illness among people in creative occupations. In a large population study of over 1 million people, authors were found to be more than twice as likely to be diagnosed with schizophrenia or bipolar disorder than the general population. They also had increased likelihood of having depression, addictions, and suicide. Andreasen's research also showed an increased rate of mood disorders in writers. Creativity can be thought of as a silver lining or a positive aspect of mental illness. People with bipolar disorder have particularly been found to have increased creativity. Certain types of creative thought patterns are more common in people with schizophrenia or their relatives. Creative people use what's called a divergent thinking style, which means they're more able to see many different answers to a problem. This means they're more likely to think of new links between different ideas, but may find it hard to screen out irrelevant ideas and may become easily distracted. They also tend to be more open to new experiences and rely on intuition or gut feelings more. Recent research into the arts industries in Australia has found high rates of mental disorders and suicide across performing artists and support workers in all industries. Some of the problems identified were long working hours, often working in isolation or in adverse environments, financial poverty, and lack of recognition. Developing and using creativity can have many positive benefits. Creative arts therapies are recognised forms of psychotherapy, using artistic practices with a trained therapist. These include music, visual arts, dance, drama, and writing therapies. Art therapy was originally influenced by the theories of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, and was often used in the asylum era. It is based on the idea that a person's inner life is largely constructed with symbols and images that help express what is difficult to articulate in words. There is emerging research evidence for the benefits of creative arts therapies. Music therapy has the largest evidence base and will be discussed separately. Engaging with creative arts outside of a formal therapy can also have a positive impact on mental health. Creative arts can provide a vehicle for expressing emotions. According to psychological theory, experiencing and expressing a full range of emotions can lead to better psychological health. Collaborative activities, such as singing in a choir, also lead to social connections. They allow for focused attention in the present moment that can be seen as a form of mindfulness. Expressive writing is a technique of therapeutic writing about highly emotional or traumatic events. This has been found to lead to improvements in physical and mental health, with some studies finding improvements in depression and post-traumatic stress disorder. Creativity can be thought of as a process of personal transformation, taking difficult experiences and turning them into objects of beauty or value. This is especially true for people in artistic occupations, who may have increased rates of psychological troubles, but actually use creativity to turn lead into gold and create the beautiful or sublime. Some researchers have also studied everyday creativity, which refers to lifestyle and self-expression. For many people, the creative lifestyle can include an infinite variety of activities, including cooking, gardening, home decoration, hobbies, making gifts, or cultural participation. If you're interested in exploring creativity, we have a number of suggestions. Individual creative practice can involve any of the activities mentioned above. Choose an activity you enjoy to notice the benefits of expression, relaxation and mindfulness. Joining a group practice, such as an art or music group, can further enhance creativity through collaboration, as well as lead to social connections and benefit other people. Free writing is a technique often used by teachers to help their students release emotional blockages and increase creativity. It involves writing continuously and without censoring for a set period of time. Expressive writing is a technique of writing about highly emotional or traumatic events, again for a set period. This leads to improvements in physical and mental health. Structured problem solving is a technique often used in psychotherapy for anxiety or depression. This uses brainstorming, a type of creative thought to come up with many different solutions to an existing problem. Instructions for free writing, expressive writing and structured problem solving are given in the resources section.
Music has consistently been used for therapeutic uses throughout the ages in many culturally diverse practices. Some of the earliest written recordings of music being used therapeutic are by Plato and Aristotle, who wrote essays about the positive effects of music on the mental state. Over the past 70 years, the therapeutic use of music has evolved into the modern practice of music therapy. According to the Music Therapy Association, music therapy is defined as a research-based profession in which music is used to actively support people as they strive to improve their health, functioning and well-being by incorporating a range of music-making methods within a therapeutic relationship. Music therapists are employed in a variety of sectors including health, community, aged care, disability, early childhood and private practice. Music therapy is different from music education and entertainment as it focuses on health, functioning and well-being. There is a rapidly growing evidence to support the use of music as therapy in a wide range of healthcare settings, and it is currently used to address problems in the psychological, physical, cognitive, behavioural, social and spiritual domains. Approaches used to achieve these outcomes include music listening, songwriting, improvisation, singing, instrument playing, meditation and relaxation. Specifically, in the field of psychiatry, the use of music therapy has been shown to improve mood, self-esteem, emotional expression, interpersonal relationships and motivation. Music therapy has also been shown to decrease anxiety, agitation, depression and symptoms associated with psychotic disorders such as hallucinations, delusions and disorganisation. More recently, research has expanded to investigate the benefits people experience through participation in community music groups such as choirs, drumming circles, bands and music groups. These activities are not considered music therapy as they are not conducted by a registered music therapist and do not offer courses of treatment. Rather, they come under the umbrella term of community music. Although community music does not provide a specific therapeutic course of treatment, therapeutic outcomes such as increased personal and mental well-being can still be achieved. This is accomplished through the shared musical experience attained in community music groups, which provide a space for increasing social support, individual and group empowerment, a general lifting of the spirits, a sense of joy, and an increase in social capital. In addition, participation in community music activities has been shown to increase the sense of inclusion and belonging for participants as they develop their creative skills and become more engaged with other community members. More specifically, community choirs aim to create a space which is designed to assist in increasing a sense of belonging for the community members and increase opportunities for positive social connection. This social connection has been shown to not only strengthen individual well-being and social connectedness, but also their associated communities. The benefits of music can also be achieved individually and in the privacy of one's own home, which is beautifully expressed by Maya Angelou, who says, "Music was my refuge. I could crawl into the space between the notes and curl my back to loneliness." The benefits of listening to music are becoming well documented, with research showing that listening to music makes a person happier, decreases depression and anxiety, strengthens learning and memory, and can even elevate mood when driving. If you listen to your favourite music, dopamine, a feel-good chemical, is released from the brain. This is the same chemical released when you eat a piece of chocolate, have sex, or take certain drugs. Similarly, music can reduce the effects of depression by improving one's mood and decreasing anxiety through a reduction of stress hormone levels. Listening to music is also like exercise for the brain, enhancing brain function, thereby increasing learning and improving memory. People who have different types of brain damage have been shown to have greater recall as music assists in drawing on old memories. The physiological benefits of listening to music have been shown in the areas of improving sleep quality, boosting the immune system and reducing pain, lowering stress and helping us exercise. The relaxation benefits of listening to music can be well utilised prior to going to sleep, thereby creating a more restful sleep and better sleep patterns. Listening to music has also been shown to boost the immune system through increasing the levels of antibodies and decreasing stress hormone levels. The reduction of both acute and chronic pain through listening to music has been consistently demonstrated. However, it's still a little unclear as to the exact link between music listening and pain reduction due to the strong links between stress and pain. When looking at stress alone, music listening has been shown to prevent the increase in biological markers of stress, such as blood pressure and heart rate, and the decrease in cortisol levels. Finally, listening to music when exercising has been shown to increase the length of time a person exercises and better utilises oxygen levels in the blood. In conclusion, music has the power to improve the way we feel both mentally and physically. It can be utilised in a therapeutic setting in conjunction with a registered music therapist, in a community setting such as community choirs and drum circles, or in the privacy of the home or car, listening to favourite singers, songwriters and composers. It all depends on the outcomes and benefits to be achieved.
Good morning, Jade. Thanks for coming and speaking with us today. Can you tell us some of the benefits of art therapy for your clients who have mental health issues?
Absolutely. So some of the benefits that I observe in my practice with clients with mental health issues are a few. Firstly, art making can be very relaxing, very containing, very calming, and that helps people enter into the therapeutic process. Secondly, it helps build people's confidence about their art making at home and as a self-care tool. And thirdly, the art making itself is a form of visual communication that helps people speak about things that can be quite difficult for them to verbalize in therapy. And in that way can be a great material for us to use in the therapeutic process.
What are some of the techniques and processes that you use in art therapy?
We use a lot of different techniques and a lot of different art materials, and what we tend to do is design a process specifically around a particular individual client or a particular group, depending on their needs and the issues we'd like to explore. So different materials work with different people more effectively or less effectively, and different processes are designed to really use metaphor as a way to look at their situation and their issue. So just to give some examples, some of the processes I love to use, when I do group work, I do a lot of group work with art therapy, we often begin with mandalas. And mandalas at their most simple form, although there's a rich history of using them in different spiritual and religious practices, the most simple, it's really an image within a circle that has symbolism and symbolic shapes, textures, colours that have deeper meaning. So I like to use mandalas as a way of grounding and holding clients when they first arrive, just to explore their current situation. In that sense, it's open to their interpretation and they can express themselves freely within that safe container of the mandala. When clients come, what I find is that they're often kind of estranged from creativity or their own art making. Sometimes they've had a negative experience of art making in childhood, or someone's told them they're not artistic, and they can actually be very scared of the blank page. So I like to use different materials over the weeks I work with them and help build up their confidence. We build up the complexity and the complexity of the materials as their confidence builds. So to begin with, I might use collage because it's very quick and very simple, and you really don't need any technical skills to do it. Most people don't feel daunted at the idea of cutting and pasting. It's kind of childlike and people can dive right in. Then as the weeks progress, we introduce pencils, we introduce oil pastels, drawing, we might use acrylic poster paints, we might use watercolours. We also do sculptural work, start to work with textiles and multimedia.
How do you integrate the psychotherapy into the process of art making, or vice versa?
Art therapy is informed a lot by many different threads of psychology and psychotherapy, and especially the kind of humanistic, client-centred counselling and psychology. So a big part of our work as art therapists is to be empathetic and to listen attentively. And what we tend to do is use the artwork itself as almost like a third person in the room, a transitional object that we can speak about. It really takes the pressure off of the client speaking about themselves and their own experience, to start looking at the artwork as a mirror and in exploring it for symbols. And so that's one of the ways we use the artwork in the process. So one of the things that comes up a lot in art therapy is bringing an awareness of the inner critic. So that voice inside our own head that often tells us that we're no good, that we don't know what we're doing, that our art making is stupid. Even in groups, I've had every single person in the room tell me that their piece is awful and everyone else's is fabulous, which when I explain that to them, we see the kind of almost humour in that we all think we're uniquely somehow not good enough. So in art therapy, we really bring gentle focus to our inner voices and the voice of the inner critic. And as people build confidence in their art making, they also build their skill in noticing that critical inner voice. And that's an asset they take beyond the art therapy workshop or session.
Why is spirituality important for mental health and well-being? Spirituality is increasingly recognised as an important factor in well-being and in mental health. Across the globe, it is often a central and defining force in the lives of many people and their communities. A belief in something that connects us and makes life meaningful can support our daily journey and also be drawn upon to help us cope at times of stress, loss and trauma. Why is there a resurgence in interest in spirituality for health and flourishing? For a while, there were Western ideas that rejected the importance of spirituality and religion in health. However, research has been identifying that turning to the divine or a guiding spirituality for support, solace and protection assists some individuals and communities to manage difficult life experiences and significant losses. Many communities throughout the world have special rites and rituals to accompany those who have suffered bereavements or traumas through their recovery. Mourning rituals around the world acknowledge that it can take time to readjust after the death of a loved one. In our Australian context, we have become aware how important a spiritual reconnection to country and the dreaming is fundamental in recovery from the traumatic effects of colonisation and disruption for many of our Indigenous Australians. There's also increasing evidence that beliefs and practices are an important part of daily health. For example, research has shown that having a relationship with God confers positive benefits in terms of psychological health and well-being. So, individuals and communities derive benefits from their spiritual and religious beliefs and practices, and healthcare providers are now becoming aware of how this can be an important part of fostering the growth of mental health and recovery journeys. So now, professional organisations recognise that their members need to be able to inquire about and support the spiritual frameworks and practices that consumers might use to support their well-being, growth and recovery. This is part of the information gathering or history taking that healthcare providers now do to understand the context of a person's life and the resources that may be available to them during recovery. This is not about pigeonholing someone about their faith system or their denomination, but about trying to understand their experience and framework in the big picture of connectedness and belonging. Interestingly, sometimes the journey of recovery itself involves spiritual themes that might be a first experience of spirituality for the consumer or carer. Questions can arise as part of a recovery journey from illness or trauma. Why am I here? Why is there suffering in the world? How can I contribute? How can my life be more meaningful? How might I come to forgive or be forgiven? For a fuller recovery, consumers and carers and healthcare providers need to be open to these potentially spiritual or philosophical parts of our health journeys. Similarly, for some, times of trouble lead to questioning of their spiritual frame. And at times, part of recovery will mean taking the time to repair, reconsider, or rebuild the spiritual part of an individual's life. For some, a confrontation with serious illness means that they doubt the benevolence of God or of life, and this wounding may need healing. For some, their psychotherapy or counselling can be provided by a spiritual or religious advisor within their cultural framework, and this can feel safer and more acceptable to some. What are the frameworks that can help us understand the connection between spirituality and health? There are many emergent frameworks that might help us explore and understand the connection between spirituality and health. One such frame is attachment, where we can use the notion of a spiritual attachment to God as a parental figure providing safety and comfort. We've spoken about this important area of developmental psychiatry in another video. This framework can fit with religious views where individuals and communities believe in a personal relationship with the divine, such as Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Research has been done in this area to show that for some, the felt attachment to God can function at times as a buffer for disturbed human attachments, but also sometimes is in parallel with them. It can sometimes be a place that psychotherapy can inquire into in order to understand how a person sees themselves connected to others, including the divine. So for some, being able to return to connection with God through prayer or ritual or a felt sense of God's love and understanding can be a first reconnection to others after stress, distress, loss and or trauma. We are also beginning to grapple with the notion of a spiritual self. Psychiatrist Dan Siegel, for example, is pointing out that we are all brains, minds and bodies in connection. Our mind is not alone. And he would add a connectivity to the spiritual domain and to the wider ecology of our planet. The notion that our spirituality is an aspect of ourselves does not necessarily imply a religious frame. Spirituality can be secular in nature. But this area of connection with self and others appears an important aspect of human well-being. Recovery philosophy talks about a connected life and a contributing life, both aspects with potential spiritual resonances or underpinnings. What is the overlap between spiritual practices and those that foster recovery and well-being? We are seeing a strong trend in mental health to research and use practices that began in spiritual or religious settings but now have strong neuroscience and physical benefits. Mindfulness, meditation, breathwork, yoga, and affirmations are all practices that have strong and long histories in religion and spirituality and have successfully entered the world of mental health care. We are now researching the role of prayer in people's lives. The ability to soothe, regulate and settle, to forgive and refocus, and view self and others with compassion are capacities fostered by many spiritual and religious practices and can be part of a person's road to recovery.
My life and the way I felt about myself changed dramatically. I had no choice but to end my isolation and to talk to other people. I learnt that I am not just a teacher, that I have other skills that can make a difference in people's lives. For the first time in a long time, I felt like my life could be different. My new job gave me a wonderful opportunity to learn about recovery. After my first day of recovery training, I became very angry on behalf of people who experience mental distress. Other people who had been made to feel sick, deranged, and inferior, who had no influence over the decisions about their mental health, and who are spoken about in language that makes them feel unworthy of respect and belonging. Then that evening, it hit me. This was not just the experience of other people. I too had been treated like this, and to my shock, I had not been immune to its impact. I cried for a long time because I saw what I had lost. I had lost my hope. I had stopped believing in the coping strategies that had held me together for so long. I no longer saw myself as being the expert on my own life. I had a new secret to carry around, a shameful diagnosis. Then I became angry again, but this time for me. I had been duped. I was shattered, but I was also reformed. From now on, I would define myself and I would control my recovery journey. My recovery would not be the compromise that was sold to me. I have stuck to that. I love the work I do now as a consumer educator for the South East Sydney Recovery College, where I get to use my lived experience and teach. It's a great outlet for my passions. I'm now more comfortable around other people. I've taken up new interests and returned to old interests. I've recently turned 40 years old, which is very exciting for me. These days, I see more of my opportunities and less of my shortcomings. My recovery journey will be ongoing. Part of it will involve reducing or coming off my medication and to put those coping strategies from so long ago back into action. It will also involve working on issues rather than symptoms, with someone who recognises the impact of my past on my life today. I'm going to pursue my dreams to make money from my art, and I'd love one day to be involved in the development of mental health policy. I know that the future is unpredictable, but I also know that I am stronger. Whatever happens, I'm up for it.
Congratulations on reaching the end of the Positive Psychiatry course. We hope you've enjoyed the learning and found it thought-provoking and nourishing. Throughout this course, we've heard from a large number of Australian experts, psychiatrists and psychologists, professors and educators, and lived experience experts. We have learned about the importance of physical health to stay mentally strong, and the vital role of positive relationships of all kinds, from personal through to community, professional, and creative. Trauma, illness, and distressing experiences are a part of life and should not be ignored. But by working together, we can build resilience and grow from these experiences. Thank you for participating. We hope your learning journey will continue to flourish beyond these pages.